ndio viongozi au walimu wetu warudi kazini, tukiendelea na kuongea kuhusu mambo tofauti ambayo ni makubwa ambayo zitatatuliwa kwa muda mfupi.
We have agreed therefore that that team is being cobbled so that we sit and look at what it is that we call in labor the low-hanging fruits.
The committee includes officials from the Ministry of Labour, the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Finance, that is Treasury, SRC officials, as well as others from the unions of lecturers and universities workers in the country. Mutua emphasised the need for a resolution to be found early enough in order to allow the resumption of learning activities across universities.
Sasa nimeongea pia na ndugu zangu pamoja sana waziri Ogamba wa Wizara ya Elimu na viongozi wengine, na tukakubaliana kwamba lazima huu mgomo ukomeshwe. Lakini huwezi kukomeshwa tu hivi kiolelaolela. Lazima ukomeshwe kwa mpangilio.
If those low hanging fruits are agreeable, then it is possible for us to go ahead and perhaps look at ending the impasse, so that then whatever remains for the long term, that team that will have been formed can continue.
Among the complaints of the lecturers is the implementation of the 2021-2025 CBA and the cancellation of the new funding university model. Interior Cabinet Secretary Kithure Kindiki has said he is confident that the universal health coverage will succeed under President William Ruto's leadership. Speaking during a collaborative meeting on UHC between the Interior and Health Ministries, Kindiki said that while previous administrations tried and failed to implement the program, Ruto's administration has taken critical steps to ensure its success. At the same time, Interior PS Raymond Omolo raised concerns over the growing spread of misinformation surrounding the upcoming rollout of the UHC program. Omolo urged national government administration officers to address and dispel misinformation that could derail the initiative. On her part, Health CS Deborah Baraza said many Kenyans were yet to register for the Social Health Authority because of misinformation. She called on security officers to work with health workers to increase the registration rate to 60% by 1st of October.
We need you to inform them that SHA is for their benefit. They need to register so that they can access. We need you to support us in educating the public on their responsibility and also for them to register in order to access care. At this point, the priority again is to get all households registered and make contributions in readiness for 1st of October. So we kindly request that you engage through the village elders, chiefs and community health promoters on SHA rollout.
And elsewhere, Machakos doctors have issued a 14-day strike notice to the county government over unfulfilled promises. The doctors notified the county of the strike through the Kenya Medical Practitioners, Pharmacists and Dentists Union Lower Eastern Branch. They said their attempts to have the county honour its promises have not been successful. Some of the unfulfilled promises include promotion of doctors by September 20th, recruitment of 14 medical officers, 6 pharmacists and 3 dental officers by end of September. The county was also to redesignate consultants, special doctors who have completed master's degrees to their correct job groups. And in the international scene, allies including the US, UK and EU have called for a temporary ceasefire in Lebanon following an escalation in fighting between Israel and Hezbollah. The 12-strong bloc proposed an immediate 21-day pause in fighting to provide space for diplomacy towards the conclusion of a diplomatic settlement and a ceasefire in Gaza. In a joint statement, they said the hostilities were intolerable and presented an unacceptable risk of a broader regional escalation that was neither in the interest of the people of Israel or Lebanon. That's the Newswire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day.
Patrick Lodge, Otieno Lumumba. Karibu sana.
Asante sana.
CT Muga.
CT Lodge. Muga, not Muga.
He's here, and here's the day's proverb.
One man marries a woman. Another man marries troubles. Is he the same man?
Spice.
A lion cannot eat more than 2 donkeys. It will die a natural death because there is no ICU in the forest. In Kenya, it has become the situation that you cannot conduct 2 elections. In fact,
with the same IBC.
You can't.
I tell you about this Indian friend of mine who was enjoying other Indians in the group. He wrote the word valve and told them, read it.
So how did he say it? I really want to know.
The valve. Kina Ednah, it's the, like you said, the bees and the peas. Kila kitu mkisia kisema atasema opposite.
Opposite?
Ukisema yeye anasema opposite.
Opposite.
Ukisikiliza namna hii unasikia opposite.
The Situation Room. Spice. The only way to start your day.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people. And we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing police of conmanship. And even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. And hii mambo utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
The man who looks at a beautiful girl and doesn't talk to her will end up serving lunch at her wedding.
Aya, City. Do like that.
My father has killed a mouse. Will he fail to kill a man?
Ameua panya.
Small mammal, big mammal.
Mtu atamshinda.
I mean, I don't understand. What are they saying? How are we comparison? I mean, you kill a mouse.
What are they saying?
What they're saying is, my father has killed a mouse. Will he fail to kill a man? Name, surprise. Someone's name.
The name surprised you?
No, the name is surprise.
No, what am I saying? I'm from Nigeria, man. I met somebody called I Believe. So I said, your name is I Believe? Yes, my name is I Believe. But that's the short form. I said, excuse me? I said, yes, my name is I Believe. So what's the full name? I believe in the goodness of the
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Good morning and welcome to what is Thursday, getting into the tail end of the week, and let's have a look at what's happening on the roads this morning. There is some traffic as you're coming in from the whole Kariobangi North area, approaching the Allsop stage, and that's going to join with traffic that's coming in heavy on around the Garden City area. So the Thika Superhighway looks like it's going to be pretty busy today, but it's all a watch and see. Kangundo Road is busy, and we've got some traffic also coming off the Eastern Bypass, now going towards the Embakasi Loop. The Southern Bypass looks fantastic. Use that as a scenic route into the city this morning. And also coming out of Westlands, not too much to pick on just now, but in a few clicks, we're probably going to see busyness on these roads. Let's talk about what we see this morning and how we can handle it. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Yeah. Good morning, and how are you doing? Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation. Welcome to Thursday. It's the 26th. We still have more days to go in September.
It's not over.
Hey, not only is it not Friday.
It's still September.
It's still September. Hish, buana. How are you?
Fine, thank you. Good morning.
My good morning is good.
It is. It's good morning, ging.
My good morning is good morning, ging.
From hospital.
Yes. Had a good day?
Yeah.
Very good. Very good.
For the most part, it was very busy.
Me too, man. Yesterday was actually a busy day. It was crossing from one part of town to the other.
To the other?
From here, I had to go all the way to UN Avenue, Gigiri. From there, from UN Avenue, Gigiri to Riverside Drive. From Riverside Drive to CBD, Kimathi Street.
Only you, all this movement is just you. It's a very serious something.
Yeah. You know, it's been a very long time since I've been to town, eh? Like CBD.
When was I in the city?
This week I've been there twice. I was like, hey,
this is a record. Bio.
And to think I worked around the CBD for very many years. Hey. I was just asking myself, so how did I survive?
When you're out of it, then you ask yourself that question.
Yeah.
But you know, when you're in the middle of it, you don't really realize. I don't think you realize the rat race until you get out.
Anyway, mambo iko sawa. Mambo iko sawa? Mambo iko sawa. Sawa.
Yes, please.
Sawa.
Yeah.
Sawa. Haya. Our president is still in the Okoh, in the New Yorks.
New York.
And he's taking Baba around.
Concrete jungle where dreams are made of. That's the place they are. Making their dreams.
Okoh, concrete jungle. They're jungling.
Jungling. Or bungling. Okay, jungling. So.
No, they're not bungling.
Sorry.
They're just
Sorry,
jungling.
don't be angry.
Yeah, theirs is the other one. Theirs is a good one.
Okay.
Well, we don't know. Maybe.
Tutajua
too. Yeah, we live streaming is everywhere. So let me tell you what we shall be discussing today. At 7, we'll be joined by the MP for Nyeri North. His name is Geoffrey Ruku. He is coming to tell us how is Murima doing, plus all those other things.
And why there are so many Rindas.
Yeah.
Why? Why?
Hey.
Can you decide?
Decide on one. Or maybe that's a better thing, not to have any leader. Just operate the way you're operating. Sawa. 8 a.m. we shall have a conversation about food loss and waste. International Day of Awareness of Food Loss and Waste. There's a lot of food loss that happens especially in this country, unnecessarily. People toil so hard to produce food.
It's unbelievable. And then
it is so labor intensive. And then at the point of just when you're coming towards harvest, a lot of it is lost. After harvest, a lot of it is lost.
Even at sale?
At sale, a lot of it is lost.
I remember looking at a banda the other day, and all these bananas, and they're almost ripe. And then the ones that are ripe, I'm wondering, I was actually thinking, who's going to eat them if they're not bought?
Buana.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of food loss in this country. So we shall be joined by Rebecca Wanjiru, who's a food system specialist at the Food and Agriculture Organization of the UN, that's FAO, and Dr. Christopher Mutungi, senior researcher for food programs at the World Resources Institute. The two of them join us at 8 a.m. for that conversation. At 9 o'clock, we talk to Dr. Dan Gekonyo, cardiologist and founder of the Current Hospital, who will come and tell us about his life and times. Where is that book now?
Oh, snap.
Well, he has authored his autobiography. He released it, and it's out there where he talks about his life growing up, his life meeting Bete, him and Bete being cardiologists and foreign Rav.
Going to
and
America.
The talk of heart.
Heart to heart. Literary.
Yes.
Talk of heart to heart.
They started the Heart to Heart Foundation and they did the heart run for many years. You know, all those kind of good things. And they met good people. For example, they met Mwai Kibaki. And he became president.
Yeah,
and he was ailing. And Gekonyo was now the man who was tasked by everybody.
Heal this man.
Make sure that heart is beating.
He's beating. He's alive.
Make sure. So he'll come and give us, his life and times. Dr. Dan Gekonyo, it'll be an interesting one. Even founding an entire hospital, the Current Hospital, and the challenges of running that hospital, and all. Yeah, we shall hear from him. So, Mambo Iko, the way I am telling you, that's how things are. 17 minutes after 6, tell us about traffic.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
Okay, so 14 degrees and cloudy conditions in Nairobi with highs of 26. We'll see highs of 25 and lows of 14 in a mostly clear Nakuru. 13 and cloudy in Nyeri with highs of 25 and into a clear Eldoret at 13. We'll see highs of 23. Mombasa will be sunny through Thursday with highs of 30 and lows of 23. And we'll see sunny conditions as well in Malindi with highs of 30 and lows of 24. Kisumu is cloudy at 19 with highs of 30 and we'll see highs of 28 and lows of 14 in a mostly cloudy Kakamega. Kampala is cloudy at 18 with highs of 27, while Dar es Salaam will be sunny at 23 with highs of 30, and we'll see highs of 28 in a partly cloudy Johannesburg at 18. It's 26 and we'll see sunny conditions in Mogadishu with highs of 30, and Addis Ababa at 11 is sunny with highs of 21. Lagos cloudy at 25 with highs of 30, and we'll see highs of 33 in a mostly clear Kinshasa at 24. Thursday afternoon at 22 is cloudy in Beijing. It's 16 and cloudy in London with highs of 19, and heavy rain is rocking London skies at 13 with highs of 18 and lows of 10. It's cloudy in New York. We'll see highs of 19 and lows of 17.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Salimia watu
wanasema wako. Very, very many people don't. Sabo, you're saying that it is never and will never be easy to dump deputies. They're bound, I think the word is what you're looking for, at the hip. Just watch this space. Ni vipindire tu. What is that?
Vipindire.
Oh, vipindire. Okay, wow. If I had said vipindire, it would have been no. You're messing it up. Now when I actually say vipindire, you guys are saying anyway. How are you? Eric, how are you?
I am fine myself.
Okay, very good. Sawa, kama you're fine, I'm fine. Peter Kiaria says, habari za asubuhi ndugu zangu. When you say ndugu, it's everybody, including women. Michael Olande says, good morning. Kenya is a country whenever you wake up, you look out for a new scam. Oh, yeah. Ivan Zintabo says, we love you all. We love you too. Good morning from Rochester. That's where Tanoteka is. Linus Gitonga says, good morning. Good morning, team. Jumbo Kenya says, Jimmy Gakio. So George Gashori says, good morning to everybody at SpiceFM. Looking forward to a great day. It is Justice Thursday. It is. Let's see. Jimmy also says, UHC is a scam. Rachel Wajiro says, good morning, Ndu and Eric. Today is TBT, but our education and health systems continue to be wanting. You are very right, Rachel. You are very right. Leo says, good morning, Princess Ndu. Good morning. Did I tell you that my uncle is about to be coronated as king in my village next month? He's this
royalty.
I'm telling you, it's not a small
dynasty.
Quick and fast.
Wewe ni dynasty.
Sasa mimi naenda kuvaa local regalia.
Pale.
Or
coronation.
Yep.
So what happens in those ceremonies?
So he's being installed as the Ogene of Igbodo.
So is it because of his lineage?
Yes, it's in the lineage.
Okay.
So right now he's the oldest serving male in that lineage. So now, of course, after my grandfather passed, of course, they're not going to give it to my mother because
she's not
the
oldest
man.
male.
She's not the oldest male. So it now goes to Uncle Alex. So he now will be coronated as the Ogene.
And it's his for life.
Yes. And after that, it will.
Is there a chance to abdicate?
If he wants to.
Okay.
But.
So what are the roles of the Ogene?
Ogene of Igbodo, he is essentially a traditional leader.
Okay.
Recognized by government, recognized by tradition. So he deals with, what is that thing that Justice Ngugi came to talk about? Alternative Justice Resolution. He will be the head of that.
So he's the head of AJS.
Yes, in Igbodo, yes. Yeah. He
settles
directly,
disputes.
He does. And he answers directly to the OB. OB now is the regional king.
Obina is the regional king?
OBI, not Obina. He answers directly to the regional king. So now he will be, he's that guy.
Why? He is the one.
He's the one, oh.
Very good.
So, we continue. Pap D said I should ask you, are you aware that DJ Pinya attended Pumwani High School? The alma mater of PLO Lumumba. At first government high school for black African Kenyans opened in 1958. Did you know?
No, I didn't.
Now you know.
Now I know.
Now you know. Robertsburg is tuning from Mombasa. Good morning, Spice. It's Justice Thursday. Sawa. Thank you for telling us. Judy Wagari says good morning. Ndu and Eric. Kenya ni home. Kweli ni home. Anthony Karanja is tuning from Dallas and says good morning. Elvis Kirando says wadao hamjambo. Praying for Kenya because it needs divine intervention. There, umedunga point. Where. Good morning, Ndu and Eric. We thank God for the gift of life. Indeed, we do. Good morning. Frank Kiss is tuning from Nakuru. Amayo Okoh is saying good morning. My princess speaking Kikuyu in Nairobi is one of the reasons for DP Gachagwa's impeachment. Okay. Daniel Esimate says good morning from Lodwa. Wow, Lodwa. I want to go there. Felix Shihemi says good morning from Athi River. Agola bonjour tout, bonjour toi. Yamo says happy Thursday, Spice team. Jimmy Weke says here, Joe Monga is tuned in. Good to have you here in the room. Jimmy Munothi is also tuned in. Tibbs Moge, we see you. Olote said, can the coronation be live on Spice? It would be a thing to see. I could take some videos and send or something.
Yeah, but I do like that.
We'll do like that.
Yeah,
Bernardo Kello says good morning. Slivian CK says good morning. Patrick Ondeki is also here. Evans A says good morning. And John Kamal says, Ndu, this calls for a song. Think of the song that you want me to sing and I will sing it today. Quick. Tell me. Good morning, fellow Spices. It's yet another day of good conversations. Indeed it is. Mwafrika says good morning. Kila kitu ni mrima. That would appear so. Peter Otieno says good morning as well. Everybody's tuned in this morning. Which song should I sing? Quick. See, Eric.
Something about King. The Emperor, the Conqueror, the Lion, the Champion, the King is here. Anyway, a song will come.
A song will come and we shall sing it. Don't worry. Good morning, everybody. Good to have you here. We're Avin, Lydiah, Frank. Good morning.
Wamesalimika.
Kabisa.
Very good. Let me tell you today's proverb in this thing called what?
Senegal.
Okay, this country of Senegal. You know, there are several,
There's several Senegal?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, let's go with this one. Where is it? The one I wanted to. Yeah. The heart is not a knee that can be bent. The heart is not a knee that can be bent. Cheza na roho ya mtu hapa.
No, they use me, they play a beg. No, they use me, they play a beg. Yeah.
No, they use me, they play.
If not play, make you stop, I'm a beg.
Bas. Make you stop, I'm agree.
you say I agree.
I agree.
I agree.
Bas. I agree.
You don't agree, Abi.
Very good. Headlines.
Front page of the Standard this morning, staring at an impeachment drawing near. MPs say the motion to remove Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua is ready. Yani tumeshatengeneza
iko tayari.
And has garnered the requisite support from members to meet the threshold. However, there's a split on who will lead the onslaught, with some pointing at the opposition through Junet Mohammed and others the government side through Kimani Ichung'wah. Where?
Nani huyo? Kimani Ichung'wah ni nani?
Leader of the majority.
Okay. Yeye ndio anaongoza hii onslaught.
Nick Hamar.
Okay.
MPs raise a storm over new firms in health cover deal. See, this NHIF, NSS, SHIF, SHA, everything, it is a mess. It's not in the making. It is already a full-blown card-carrying mess.
Complete.
Why? Medic's death points to a crisis in the sector. Actually, no, it doesn't. In my opinion, there was a crisis in the sector. It was full-blown. We just chose not to pay any attention to it. Government loans more expensive. Well, there's a surprise. Hezbollah fires missiles at Israel. Death toll rises. That doesn't look like it's ending anytime soon. Some of the other headlines that we see: Ruto put CSs on a tight leash with tough targets. Really? When he's in New York. President William Ruto, who has been under intense public scrutiny, has pushed cabinet secretaries to sign performance contracts. With many making lofty commitments to be fulfilled by June next year, and prop the flagship better model. June next year, my friends, is only 8 short months away. Maybe 9.
It can't be 8.
What are you saying? October,
no.
November, December.
Plus
January,
6.
February, March, April, May, June. 9 months. If you try now, you have a baby by then.
Where?
Your baby will be born. Government will have worked.
Okay.
Coordination weak spots in police service. We continue to see the effects of the report written and headed by CJ Emeritus David Maraga about the rots in the police sector and what needs to be done about it. On the front page of The Nation, Ruto allies to reap billions in UHC deal. My gosh, doesn't sound good at all. Adil Hawaja and Mwende Gatabaki, 2 professionals in separate fields, are central cast members in one of the biggest plays that any government has ever attempted to stage. Use of technology in the provision of affordable healthcare to all citizens. And as President William Ruto's administration prepares to roll out the multi-billion shilling health plan next month, details of the lucrative 10-year contract are beginning to emerge. There's a picture of Miss Mwende Gatabaki. She's the wife of the gentleman who is in the next picture, happens to be David D.
Allah.
And then next to him is the chair of Safaricom PLC, Mr. Adil Khawaja. All of them are said to be beneficiaries of this deal. When we thought the beneficiaries of the deal would be Kenyans. But mistaken are you? We shall see the details of that. Fresh talks to end public university workers' pay strike start today. We are talking again. We are continuing to talk today. Let's see where our talking will go. Victims of 720 million job scam suspect Storm City offices to demand refunds. Give us our money. You can do whatever you want, but make pesa yetu. A rotten force, how police bribes are shared up chain of command. It is alleged in this report that, all this money that you see people collecting, it's tax. That every week that the people who are collecting this money on the road, bribes, whatever, have to give their superiors a cut of the money.
And it goes all the way up.
All the way to the top.
Wow. And this is by who? Maraga?
Yes, this is the report from Justice Maraga.
Das.
Gachagua outs the bid. MPs collect signatures. They've started to collect it. They said, this thing, you guys are saying, will it happen? You're asking if it's happening. We're almost at Mukutano Junction. Team formed to address striking Don's grievances. We are still talking.
Okay, so teams have been formed.
Yeah.
Teams.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. In the Business Daily, Kenya IMF fallout deepens as state firms sale blocked. The High Court judgment declaring the Privatization Act unconstitutional looks set to further complicate Kenya's efforts to unlock more than 77.5 billion shillings in a new funding from the IMF. The IMF had partly tied the financing plan to a comprehensive reform of state-owned enterprises, including the sale and closure of some of them as a condition for the 464 billion four-year loan. The Privatization Act was updated in October last year to support the sale of the parastatals, with some relying on state bailouts and showing little prospects for recovery. Sasa hiyo, mumeenda kotini, mumeblock. Now, because of that, because you've gone to court and because you blocked, now see, IMF will not bring us money. And I told you, musiende kotini. Insurance claims from floods rise to 5 billion shillings.
Which floods? These ones that happened in...
Claims from floods that hit Kenya between March and June have risen by 62% to at least 5 billion, pointing to the impact of increased severity and frequency of climate change-related risks to underwriters. Latest data from the Insurance Regulatory Authority shows the figure is a rise from a claim of 3.14 billion that insurers had received by the end of April last year. Well, so people who had actually taken insurance policies for these kind of things, then floods came. They lodged their claims. Ticker headlines: State to pay Katabaki's 300 million shillings for trespass. The state trespassed, and there was a sign there: trespassers will be prosecuted.
Do you prosecution, sasa?
The Katabaki, so you have trespassed. Your name is state. That's a new state. Twende kotini. Took the state to court. The government has been ordered to compensate the family of the late Kiambu tycoon Samuel Katabaki a total of 300 million for illegally taking a parcel of land where the northern bypass was constructed.
Is this the same Katabaki as Mwende?
Yes.
Abbas.
Yeah. Wako kila mahali, sindio? Yeah. Justice Ogutu Mboya said other than the failure to notify the Katabakis of the intention to acquire the land, the government had never compensated the family. Okay? Why? Through senior counsel Paul Moite, the Katabakis, led by widow Nancy Wanja Katabaki, Josephine Beatrice Gathoni, and Susan Esther Wangari, said they will head back to court for clarification and seek compensation for the entire land where the road was constructed. Shamba wako nayo, serikali nafikiri na kuleta tu barabara. Toyota dealer CFAO expands with Chinese electric brand BYD. Hey, now they have the BYD electric. Nice. Kenya Power EAPC shares double. Why would Portland shares double? Kenya Power and East African Portland Cement PLC stock prices have more than doubled since the start of the year. This is speculation. You know, Cabinet approved the sale of East Africa Portland Cement.
Yes, yeah.
Okay. East Africa Portland Cement Company is no longer a cement company. It's a real estate. Hiyo shamba yote tulibomoa manyumba juzi. Kuna mtu ameangalia hivi akaona
salivating.
Tea export earnings increased by 33 billion. Those are the headlines in the Business Daily. Let me tell you about the star quickly. Smaller headlines. Lethal. Police used lethal weapons of war against protesters. Lobbies probe establishes. Where? Centralized funds. Norway MPs make a U-turn on merging bursary schemes. Undermines independence. Fresh hurdle for Ruto as Kanja appointment challenged in court. This new IG of police.
Already wanasema
Kina Mtata, Kina Dr. Magara have gone to court and said there was no competitive recruitment process. Can't just wake up and decide that me, Ruto, will pick. No. Ex-Siaya mayor to be buried in his palatial house. That's a front page photo in the Star today. Alego Songa ODM branch chairman John Uruenjo Umida. The grave in the sitting room of Orenjo's house. Okay. The house looks like a church.
Where?
Yeah.
Serious?
In a cylindrical namna. Okay. And now he decided, I am going to be buried in my house.
How about that?
So they've dug the grave inside the house and he'll be buried in there. Top right-hand corner, in what color is that again?
Teal green.
Value for money. MPs summon health CS in 104.8 billion shilling system probe.
She just came there 3 minutes ago.
They are calling her to come and tell us this 104 billion shillings that Safaricom is talking about.
Inaenda
wapi.
Oh my gosh.
All right. She came here and she kept talking about the system. Alijiingiza tu kwa hii shida. Peke yake. Angenyamaza tu ungeuliza hiyo swali. Inga slide.
Would have just gone.
Yeah. Bang in the middle of the paper in the Star. Treasury delays. 450 million shilling debt accumulated. Insiders say there have been salary delays. What are we talking about? The Senate of the Republic of Kenya. Senate grinds to a halt as funding crisis bites. House allocation slashed by 600 million shillings following the withdrawal of finance bill.
Okay.
Now the Senate has no money.
You know what? See, we're going to take a break. Najma said I should sing this song.
Okay.
Because it's necessary.
Sing that one.
Heal the world. Make it a better place. For you and for me and the entire human race. There are people dying. If you care enough for the living, make a better place for you and for me.
Oh, beautiful. Yeah. Let's heal the world.
Wallahi.
Traffic.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
It's coming in hot on the Thika Superhighway this morning into the CBD. Where are we? We're at Survey. Traffic is bumper to bumper getting towards the junction between Muranga Road and Wangari Maathai Way. We're looking at that. Also, traffic starting to build on Waiyaki Way, heading out into the city. Apart from that, that's pretty much it this morning. We're not seeing too much coming off of the Eastern Bypass. It will probably pick up, but North Airport Road, then heading out towards Outer Ring. Outer Ring itself, then coming past Kangunda Road at the junction, outbound at Allsops, is very busy this morning. Not quite sure what's causing that little bit of traffic, but we'll check that out. Just in case you do know, how about you let us know? SpiceFM KE on X. Let's keep things moving this morning. Hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
So now, MPs, you would think that the last couple of days they've just been taking this thing. This NHIS, shift.
Yep.
It's a problem. We smell a rat.
Oh, really?
Right. The rat is smelling. MPs raise alarm over 4.8 billion shillings new health IT deal. You thought that things were elephant. Now they're elephantiasis. Members of Parliament are now expressing concern over the Ministry of Health procurement of a 104.8 billion integrated healthcare information technology system. You know that one that now when you go and register and then it tells you wait for 3 days, etc. It is that system now that we're talking about. Just in case you are wondering. The system, which is a key component of the Universal Health Programme, is set to be implemented over a 12-year period with Safaricom PLC as the lead partner in the consortium responsible for the project. Remember when Health CS was here and she said it's
a consortium of a state agency
headed by Safaricom. I think this is now what
this has triggered a lot of
to
things.
let us know.
Oh my God.
Its procurement was conducted under the Specially Permitted Procurement Procedure, that's the SPPP, and involves the development of a comprehensive digital healthcare platform. The consortium, which includes Apero Limited and Convergence, you should see how Convergence is spelled. Network.
Spell it.
KONVERGENZ.
Bas, Convergence.
And they will facilitate the deployment of the IHTS. A House team is, however, questioning the planned rollout of the system and further seeking answers on Safaricom's role in leading the consortium, despite what it termed its limited stake in the project at approximately 13%. So 13%, the remaining 87% belongs to other people. While Apero Limited reportedly holds a stake of more than 50%, why would Safaricom lead? Are they a proxy is the question. National Assembly Health Committee Chairperson Robert Pukose yesterday sought to know whether the telecommunication powerhouse was only included in the deal so as to boost the credibility of its consortium partners. Because if you mention Safaricom, somebody says, no problem. Although Safaricom PLC's role appears minimal, it seems to serve as the public face of the project, potentially seeking or rather masking the inexperience of its partners, Pukose said. The chair was also very curious as to why the ministry bypassed the existing National Hospital Insurance Fund IT system, noting that it had been functional. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And they did this in favor of the new system whose trials in Tharaka-Nithi and Marsabit had yielded poor results. So they did a pilot. The pilot gave them the answers, but they went opposite. And they said it is not clear as to why the ministry is insistent on replacing a system that has been working. Instead, they should be focusing on enhancing the current NHIF system so that it can include all registered members. And while suggesting a gradual implementation of any new system as opposed to overhauling a new one, the committee called on the Office of the Attorney General not to approve the contract. So it's not even tell us what happened. They're saying, fine, tell us what happened. We're seeing holes in this thing.
Was the AG involved?
Don't do it.
The AG is being told not to approve it.
Don't approve the contract because this one, the rat is smelling.
This parliamentary thing, okay.
They cited concerns such as potential corruption.
Potential corruption.
Yes. What they said was single sourcing of implementing companies and the lack of public participation in the process. There is that two word again.
Wow.
From what we've seen, this looks like fraud in the making. That's why we need full transparency before we make any decisions. Kitutu Chache, South MP Anthony Kibagendi, who is also on the Health Committee, said that a review of this contract documents revealed that the Office of the AG was not involved and emphasized the need for the same. Such a thing, you need to have the AG involved. It didn't happen. So it's fraudulent from the beginning. Kill it. On the issue of single sourcing, the ministry claimed that he claimed that the ministry had bypassed procurement laws as demonstrated by the awarding of the contract to companies with no prior experience in implementing social health authority systems. The fact that companies were recently registered in Kenya, he said, was questionable. We go to the records, we see this one was established in July 2024. Come on, there's a problem. The ministry's decision to award the tender based on Apero's experience is questionable, as the company has no direct association with the similar systems. So everywhere, red flags are popping up all over the place. And they said, this one, we ain't gonna give you.
So this, let's now then jump to the other side, the nation, where it's looking at the individuals, the personalities, right? Adil Khawaja is a renowned lawyer in this town. He has been the managing partner at one of the big law firms in this country called HHM. Now it's called Dentons, Hamilton, Harrison and Matthews. All right? And then once he was appointed chairman of Safaricom, now he is operating sort of in an arm's length, but operations are still there, okay? So he's a professional. He's a lawyer. He's a chairman of Safaricom. That's it.
Yeah.
Then there is Mwendeka Tabaki. Mwendeka Tabaki is an ICT professional. In fact, she has worked in this country and outside of the country in the ICT sector. She's been recruited by one of these firms to head it here locally. Tuko pamoja so far? Pamoja. Bas. In this particular program, Safaricom is represented by its long-time legal representatives, Kaplan and Stratton, while Apero is being represented by Anjwarala and Kana. Meanwhile, HHM is representing Convergence. HHM, I told you, is which one? Denton, Hamilton and Matthews. Managing partner is Adil is Khawaja.
Yes.
Adil Khawaja is the chairman of Safaricom PLC. Safaricom is in the same consortium as Convergence. All right. So this is what he said. We gave some preliminary advice to Convergence. They are a big technology firm. They are a big technology firm that has done many large projects that have been successful. This big technology firm called Convergence Network Solutions was incorporated on the 2nd of April 2014. With Asha Abdi Sheikh and Mohammed Abdi Yunis as equal owners, each with 50 shares. Abdullahi Abdi Sheikh was listed as a director with no shares. That's then. Last year, significant changes to the Convergence Network Solutions ownership were triggered, creating a complex structure that made it difficult to know the firm's beneficial owners. The new ownership structure includes 4 senior lawyers as shareholders in holding companies that co-own Convergence Network Solutions, an indication that they could be holding shares in trust for the other individuals who want to remain anonymous. Unaona? Sheikh, who was initially a director with no stocks, became a part owner, holding 5 shares in his own name. Pitfield Auto Limited was also allocated 5 shares. The firm was incorporated on July 3rd, 2023. Dorothy Chepkoech Kipkenda is listed as the sole shareholder and director of Pitfield Auto Limited. Dorothy Chepkoech Kipkenda. Kipkenda, yes. They have five shares in this company.
Okay.
Kipkenda is a former senior legal assistant at the National Water Conservation and Pipeline Company. She's a lawyer and she's a managing partner at Kipkenda and Company Advocates. A new firm, Convergence Holdings Company Limited, was incorporated on May 17th last year and allocated 90% of the shareholding of Convergence Network Solutions. Sheikh and Isa Sheikh Mohammed are the biggest shareholders in Convergence Holdings Company. They each hold 500 shares. Comtech Consortium Limited, which has 403 shares, and Galva Investment Limited, with 209 shares, are the other shareholders in Convergence Holdings. How many shareholders do you know so far?
Hey, they're like 5 now.
All right, so let's track back.
1, 2.
Okay, I give you. There was Sheikh, who was a director.
1.
He has some shares.
Uh-huh.
There's a Pitfield Auto,
Yes.
which has some shares.
Uh-huh.
There is a Comtech Consortium, some shares.
Then
There's Galva Investment, which has some shares.
Mhm.
And then there is Convergence Holdings Company.
You have 5. That's
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Higher. Comtech was incorporated in March last year. Lawyers Deborah Lynette Ontiri and Peter J. Okalet are listed as the owners. Both lawyers work for HHM. Alongside Mr. Kawaja, Elvis Charo Kitsao is listed as a director in Comtech Consortium but with no shares. Galva Investments was incorporated on April 14th last year, as in March, April last year was busy.
Yes.
Another lawyer, Nuru Ahmed Said, holds 1,000 shares in it. She sits on the Convergence Holdings Company board to represent Galva Investments. Another HHM lawyer, Nancy Getao Waidera, sits on the Convergence Holdings Company as an alternate director to Mr. Okalet, representing Comtech Consortium's interests. Isa Sheikh Mohammed and Abdullahi Abdi Sheikh are the other board members. They are also the only directors of Convergence Network Solutions. The firm does the actual work on the ground. Apero is a majority shareholder in the consortium with a 59% shareholding, while Safaricom and Convergence have 22.5 and 17.8 respectively. The UAE registered company has established Apero Kenya Technologies Limited to undertake the assignment. Ms. Mwendega Tabaki is a director of Apero.
Hey, No, imagine. You see, now I agree with Pukose and Kibagende saying that there's a rat smelling
There
here.
is something like,
How is it possible that suddenly all these strategic people are shareholders in this company, and then you're looking at this is the management system?
waliona mbali bwana, kama mko mbali shauri yenu. That's what business is all about.
I beg you, Joe.
That's what business is all about.
The thing is here, what are we talking about? That this, understand, this is the system that's going to hold all the information about your details, your health status, your payments, up to date, etc. If you make payments, it is coming through this system because it no longer will you take cash to anybody's office. All the payments going through this system. One government
approach.
Thank you very much. Why are there so many people who seem to be intertwined with everything just in the same space? You're not even going very far. It's like the people who are staying in their bed, they reach the table, is here.
Why is the intertwining though? Where is the intertwining?
Yeah, why?
Where
you're saying where? Me, I'm saying why.
Where are you seeing intertwining?
Jamani.
Just because Adil Kawaja is the chairman of Safaricom and is a managing partner at HHM, and HHM has advised convergence, and convergence has a different shareholding,
and Safaricom is also involved in the rollout.
Yeah. So where is it?
There's no intertwining.
Why are you seeing intertwining?
I'm not seeing. You're not seeing it.
No.
Oh, okay.
This thing that's
simple and the
just
lines
because
are
HHM lawyers are sitting as directors in this company representing whatever interest they're representing doesn't mean that there's intertwining. HHM and Adil Kawaja, two different. Each of them pays tax separately. HHM pays tax as a corporate, and Adil Kawaja pays tax as an individual.
So
right?
then anything is okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Surely.
I hear you, but I don't agree with you. It's crazy. Let me tell you.
Tell me.
Lest you forget. See, and the Russia school.
Yes.
Burnt.
Yes.
Till tomorrow. Not today. Till tomorrow. You don't know the results of that story. School opened and everybody just blinked their eyes and we forgot like it didn't happen. I remind you that 21 children died. I remind you that there was a cause of this. The cause was not given. School opened like nothing happened, and we've moved on like those 21 children didn't die. I just wanted to point out that we cannot be forgetting things like that. We found out the DNA results in less than a month. Johansson Oduor said that they would need a month, but they found out in less than a month. It is possible for us to do such things. On the back of that, there are still people who are in the ground in Shakahola. There are still people who are in makeshift vans, what are these called? Morgues, in freezers, waiting to be identified. There are still families that are crying because they don't know where their loved ones are, and they have an inkling that they went to Shakahola. The court case is still going on. I just wanted to remind us, with all this thing where people are making money shilling here, there are people, children, family members, loved ones, they've died. And that points me to this story of this lady who died as a medical intern. She took her own life, and it's pointing to unresolved issues in the sector. Same sector where these rats were smelling, and 104 billion shillings is being divvied up all over the place. We cannot forget. The medical community has been shaken by the tragic death of 26-year-old Dr. Desiree Mora Obogi, a medical intern at the Gatundu Level 5 hospital, in what is suspected to be a case of suicide. It casts a harsh light on a crisis that has been brewing silently within Kenya's healthcare system. The alarming, unsparing nature of suicide, with medical professionals adding to the long list of the affected. These are the real problems in Kenya. Her death highlights the extreme pressures faced by medical interns. Reports indicate that interns often work shifts exceeding 36 hours without adequate rest or meals, contributing to physical exhaustion and mental strain, financial struggle, because you're not being paid, including delayed salaries, another issue, add to their burden, with many unable to meet basic needs such as rent and utilities. I'm going to stop there at that story, because if you were able to organize things properly, you would have enough doctors. It is not for shortage of doctors that people are not working in hospitals, and it is not for shortage of money that you're not paying them properly. It is misplaced priorities. It is misplaced priorities. I saw something the other day, it's just yesterday actually, and somebody was talking about 15 billion shillings. 15 billion shillings means that you spend 54,000 shillings every day for the next 50 years. 54,000 shillings every day for the next 50 years. Do you know what 15 billion shillings can do? And that's the money that somebody's using for pocket change to just jump up and down. Do you know what 15 billion shillings can do? 15 billion shillings can pay your interns. These ones that you're asking to be on their feet for 36 hours. These ones that you're saying you cannot pay them 206,000 shillings a month. These ones that you're saying you will put one in a surgical ward in a level 5 hospital. That's what it can do. They're joking.
Hatuko serious.
At all. Hatuko
serious. Kabisa. So there's been this whole conversation about, look, our children are going to school and they're not able to raise the fees that's required, despite Kenya having a free primary and free secondary education program. Okay? So they keep going, to beg, borrow, and do all those things at their constituency offices, asking the MP, please give me something. Then they go to the woman rep, please give me something. Then they go to the governor, please give me something. All those things. So there was this talk of, why don't you just scrap all these bursaries that are coming out of the same exchequer and put them where they should be? Now this conversation has gone into, put them into one consolidated fund. And then the people are like, but who's going to manage that fund? Who's running that fund? Why do we need to have a bursaries fund? That's always been my question. If we have all this other money that's going into education, why not just make sure that money that goes to education goes into education. And you capitate children and kill all the corruption that's there about sending money to ghost children. So the MPs now came back and started talking about those issues. And they said maybe we should look at a way of putting money into one kitty. Hopes for consolidated bursaries faced headwinds yesterday as MPs opposed attempts to take away millions from the National Government Constituencies Fund. The MPs are also not letting go of the National Government Affirmative Action Fund, which also disburses about 1.5 billion shillings in bursaries across the counties. NGCDF allocates 35% of the 137 million, amounting to about 48 million shillings in each constituency to what? Bursary. In a heated morning debate, the lawmakers maintained their ground, saying that they will not support push to bring all the bursaries to a centralized pot. They were contributing to a motion by Nairobi woman rep Esther Passaris that seeks to collapse all bursary schemes to ensure equitable and free access to free education. This house urges the government, through the Ministry of Education, in collaboration with the relevant stakeholders, undertakes a comprehensive overhaul of the education bursary system. This is what the motion is saying. This is with a view to collapsing all bursary schemes and allocating the funds to the State Department for Basic Education for provision of free basic education through capitation to be directly remitted to schools. Makes sense.
Okay.
But contributing to the debate, MPs were clear they will not centralize the funds that have helped many needy children to access education.
Why?
The development now puts in jeopardy a similar push by law to change to consolidate all the bursary schemes. National Assembly Speaker Moses Wetangula's office is spearheading the legislative proposal to centralize the bursaries. The lawmakers' main fear is that taking the funds to a centralized pot would make it inaccessible to millions of Kenyans at the grassroots. Nyeri MP Mohammed Ali, while opposing the debates, raised the issue of accessibility of the funds. Should it be taken to Nairobi? Honorable Passaris is proposing all money be put in one basket. How will it be? We fought against centralizing everything so that the resources be devolved to the people at the grassroots. Westlands Tim Wanyonyi said the centralized system had been tried and it failed, demanding that the constituency bursary is not interfered with. A long time ago, we had government bursary, which was shrouded in secrecy. Only the well-connected got access to the bursary. Saku MP Rasodido cautioned of mass dropout if NGCDF bursary is taken to the center. It will be unfair to very needy students to decentralize the funds. What will happen to students who are already in school because of bursary? Asked Turbo MP Janet Sitine. They're all wondering. I mean, surely it's because they want to conflate these issues and say, you are putting it into one national bursary. No, Passaris' motion is not saying put it into one bursary. That is Wetangula's bill.
Yeah.
Don't make it one fund. Put it in the Ministry of Education. See, there is money for food, school feeding.
Yes, there is.
It's not a bursary.
No,
it doesn't come from a constituency.
But it goes to
schools. See, there is money for books. It goes to schools. See, there's the other money for primary education that is capitating a child.
Then there should be money for?
It's the same thing. Just put it in the ministry. Let it be part of the ministry's budget.
So
now sit as MPs and make sure that the ministry is doing what it should be doing.
Absolutely. So then what you do is that you eliminate this thing of giving money to one student. Let everybody just go to school. And then you pay for the things that need to be paid for.
And we just complicate
Just go to school and then it's paid for.
It's 7 a.m. It's news time.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah Obaga. The memorial service for 21 children who perished in the fire tragedy at Hillside and Asha Academy will be held today at the Muga Stadium in Kieni, Nyeri County. County Governor Mutahi Kahiga says the service will begin early as the families of 9 of the bodies want them interred immediately after the interdenominational service.
The rest would have to be taken back to Narumoro because 10 will be buried on Friday, and then another 2, the remaining 2 will be buried on Saturday. And so that is how we will conduct the requiem masses for all of them. We will have a very short service that will begin at 8:30, and then we are praying that by 11 we'll have finished the program.
Kahiga also says preparations to reopen the school immediately after the burial of the victims of the fire are also in top gear. He adds that DCI are also almost done investigating the incident.
Once we are through with this, it is important that I mention we have 143 boys who have to go back to school and begin life afresh. We already have organized a dignity package for them. We will step in and make sure we are able to start off. That is something that the DCI can handle, and the latest I think is that they are still doing investigation and almost are at the tail end of what happened.
Dr. President Rigathi Gachagua will be among the attendees. And this Saturday, you'll get a chance to enjoy free access to all game packs and reserves as part of the celebration of the UN World Tourism Week. The announcement that was made by Tourism Cabinet Secretary Rebecca Miano encouraged Kenyans to take advantage of this opportunity while adhering to the Code of Conduct during their visits. The event, which will run from Monday, September 23rd to Friday, September, that is tomorrow, has been hosted in Kisumu. In a statement, Miano said on a global scale, Kenya is an important habitat for rhinos, hosting 80% of the eastern black rhinos subspecies distributed across 8 national parks. These are Masai Mara Game Reserve, Serra Community Conservancy, and 5 private sanctuaries within the Laikipia region. Make sure you take advantage of that opportunity. And moving on is that the multinational security support mission aimed at restoring peace in Haiti is facing setbacks due to lack of adequate financial support from member states who made a pledge to the United Nations. The UN authorized mission that is led by Kenya faces a funding inadequacy as member states who committed to contribute $84 million, that is 10.8 billion Kenya shillings, have so far contributed only $67 million, 8.6 billion shillings. The said contributions from member states have been made through the UN Trust Fund for the MSS. The mission is expected to comprise up to 2,500 police personnel deployed in phases at an annual cost of approximately $600 million. That's the News Wire. I'm Leah Obaga.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
All right, swinging into Thursday morning, what's happening on these streets? It's still really busy on Outer Ring, coming towards the Allsop stage. So that's looking at something that I'm not quite sure what's causing that traffic, but okay, some of that is coming off of Kangunda Road, but it should be sorted. Also survey then heading out towards Pangani. That looks a little bit busy. Waiyaki Way is busy. It's busy coming in from Spring Valley towards Lower Kabete. And if you take a quick look at what is coming off of James Gishuru, heading towards the city, not too bad at this point. So it's all a watch and see kind of thing as we get into Thursday proper. The Southern Bypass not looking bad at all. And we're also seeing a little bit of traffic. They're coming off the Eastern Bypass, swinging around to North Airport Road. Let's see what happens as we get into Traffic Hour. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
It's 5 minutes after 7. How you doing? Welcome to the second hour of the Situation Room. Thank you for tuning in. Our guest will be MP Geoffrey Ruku from where? Very north, right?
Yes.
As he comes, let me tell you this story of what's happening. My friend, Kimeumana. Kimeumana. Key operations of the Senate, including committees, are stalling due to a devastating cash crunch. The revelations emerged even as senators put Speaker Amason Kingi on the spot over a 450 million shilling debt. Senate has a pending bill of 450 million shillings accumulated by the Senate, the bulk of it reportedly incurred by the Speaker's office.
Sorry.
There's an agitated senator who said, where did the Speaker go? What did he build or buy or warrant a spending of 450 million shillings? What? These questions must be answered. The lawmaker was questioning how the House accumulated the bills despite receiving its full allocation in the last financial year. So they got all the money last year. So they didn't spend 450 million shillings. Is spending. Anyway, the Star has established that several committees have ceased operations while the Senate Mashinani session for this year has been cancelled. Insiders also say that there have been occasional staff salary delays. In addition, the parliamentary leadership is planning to pull out of the East Africa Interparliamentary Games to be hosted in Kenya later in the year. Boni Halole, who is the majority whip, said, we are also debating changing our hosting of the EAC Parliamentary Games because it's also an expense. We are now toying with the idea of pulling out altogether so that another East Africa country can host it. Speaker Kingi did not respond to the inquiries by the newspaper on this subject. Senate Clerk and Parliamentary Service Commission CEO Jeremiah Nyegenye said the Speaker is the only right person to comment on such concerns. Inordinate delays by the National Treasury to release the funds, significantly budget cuts, and huge pending bills eating into the available budget have triggered this crisis. Halale said, there's a challenge. Committees are struggling. We are hoping that it will be unlocked. There's an unnecessary delay in the release of this fund. Minority Leader Stewart Madzayo confirmed the struggles, stating that the committees are on their knees. It's affecting the smooth running of the committees. The committees are deprived of money because they slashed the budget. So dire is the situation in the committees that some members have been forced to fundraise to cater for expenses in their county oversight tours. Senator anaomba muniwekee mafuta kama Morara Kebaso. Muniwekee mafuta ndio nikuje niangalie miradi ya Okoh County. Senator Morara Kebaso, same was up. Hey. Already, the Agriculture Committee, chaired by Kirinyaga Senator James Murango, has suspended its operations due to lack of funds.
Okay.
The committee this Tuesday morning resolved to suspend its business until it's properly facilitated to execute its mandates. The panel, which handles a largely devolved function, cannot move across the country to meet farmers and conduct public participation. The committee believes in meeting the farmers in their counties. It had planned to conduct public participation in Kilifi, in Kwale, Lamu, Bungoma, Busia, Nyeri, and Kirinyaga counties. This is the chair of the committee, Senator Murango. The committee commenced public participation in Kwale County. However, due to budgetary constraints, it's yet to conclude public participation in the remaining counties. In the revised budget, following the withdrawal of the finance bill, after the Gen Z mass protest, the Senate's allocation was slashed by 600 million shillings from 8 billion to 7.4 billion shillings. Now, because of the lack of the 600 million, committees can't sit.
Okay, let me ask you.
Ask.
If the problem is that there is no money for sitting of committees, then work cannot continue, because in order for work to happen, committees must sit. Okay. So right now, Senate, in terms of oversight, will not work because of this. What is the problem as to why money is not reaching? Exchequer has not sent.
So, there are a couple of things here that Bonnie Harale is saying. That number one, there was the reduction of budgets, okay? But then on top of that, there is the delay in the disbursement of money from the National Treasury.
Yeah.
The money that should come then to the Senate so that the Senate can facilitate its work. So now, because there is delay of the disbursement of funds, now hatuna pesa mafuta.
Okay. So we can't work.
So we can't really go to meet our farmers, for example, in these places. That's one, and so on and so forth. They were supposed to do Senate Mashinani. You know the way they do Senate Mashinani?
Yes.
So they're saying this year we have to cancel Senate Mashinani.
They did Turkana, they did Narok, they did...
We can't do Senate Mashinani this year. There's also now, matters of, like, they were to host the parliamentary games, okay, for the EAC. Now they can't host those parliamentary games because that's money. And tuna pesa. So, who's the new member? Is it Somalia? Let Somalia host.
The most.
Are you saying that?
I'm seeing it, but I'm not liking it at all.
If you ask, this 7B that has been left, so it was 8.9, you've been left with some 7B. Are you saying that
7 billion is not enough for you to
no other way you can reorganize your work so that you can actually do the work that you're supposed to do? Are you telling me that you have to continue paying for senators 30,000, 50,000 shillings to use the expressway?
People play too much, eh?
Remember, there's a senator, the deputy minority whip, Senator Sifuna said how much, even he was shocked.
He was shocked to look at his balance was 100 and something thousand. Why?
For using the ETC on the expressway.
No.
If you cut back all those things, you won't tell me you can't find money.
You can't find some money
to take a committee sitting.
Play too much. Play too much.
We joke, huh?
Yes.
We are jokers?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. A member of the National Assembly representing the people of Mbeere North is here. His name is Geoffrey Ruku. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
I'm good. You have a good name, Latiff.
It's a good name.
It's a good name.
And another name from West Africa.
I like the way you said. Please try.
Hindu.
Ndu.
Very good. You've tried. But tell him, how do you say it?
Ndu.
Ndu.
Yes.
Very nice name.
Thank you very much.
Karibu sana.
Thank you.
How have you been?
I've been quite okay.
Very good.
Yes.
Very good. Communicating and talking to your people in Mbeere North and all?
Yes. We've been there. I came there on Monday. From Saturday, Sunday, Monday. I'll be there tomorrow. Saturday, Sunday, Monday. That is the work.
That's the work.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, there's a message I want to give you. Sometimes, I don't know whether this would apply to you, but sometimes, do you buy data or does Parliament buy airtime for you?
No. Parliament does not buy airtime.
Very good. Now, you're the right candidate. So now, Geoffrey Ruku, when you're making a call, and you have, let's say, bought airtime, and even maybe your constituency is calling you, and maybe your constituency manager from the office, they're calling and saying, you know what, kuna watu wamekuja hapa walikuwa wanataka kukuona, or there's an issue that you need to address here, this and the other, and airtime runs out right in the middle of a call. So that's a bad thing, right? And you're wondering, okay, now I was in the middle of a call, I have to now stop that line of thought, go and look for airtime, load airtime, call again. That's not a good thing. So Safaricom has actually looked at that and said, nah, how about we come up with a package? It's an all-in-one package, active for 30 days. You purchase today and it's active for the next 30 days. It gives you airtime, it gives you call minutes, it gives you SMSs, and it gives you data and free WhatsApp. For 30 days. So you choose your bundle. Maybe it's 5,000, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, like that. For example, the 2,000 package gives you 1,000 minutes of airtime, of talk time. It gives you 2,000 SMSs. It gives you 17 GB of data. And it gives you free WhatsApp.
Yeah.
Okay? So think about the members of your household, the ones who like calling, and you want to make sure that anytime this person can call and get me, purchase for them. Yes?
Yeah.
Subscribe them onto the all-in-one package.
Yep.
No, Naivo.
It sounds a good package.
Yes.
But is Safaricom paying me?
To do what?
To endorse.
We're not asking you to endorse. No, we're just asking you, go try it.
Try and see the benefits.
You go try. You taste and see.
It's a good package, but I think at the same time, the services of Safaricom, the way we know them, in another 5 to 10 years, I think there'll be very, very different services. Because the competition which is coming in is coming in
thick and
fast and furious. We may not be using GMS the SIM card to make some of these calls in the near future. The Starlink, I think Elon Musk is posing a very serious competition to many of telecommunication companies, one of them being Safaricom.
Well,
and the services which have been provided or proposed to be provided by Starlink or Elon Musk, they are quite okay. They are quite good for any consumer.
It's competition.
Yes, and it's healthy in business.
And it's healthy in business.
Yes.
And that's why a company, for example, like Safaricom is thinking ahead and saying, how do I want to make the life of my consumer easier? How do I make my customers see value in staying on this network?
Good.
Let me welcome you the day's proverb. And this is courtesy of CT. So this week the proverbs are from Senegal. Okay? Today's proverb is very, very simple and direct and straightforward. The heart is not a knee that can be bent. The heart is not a knee that can be bent. What's your interpretation of that proverb?
We also have a similar interpretation, saying or parable in our community, which says the heart is not a book that you can read. So I'm not sure whether they are rated.
Maybe they are.
You can help.
What do you think? What do you think it's saying? What's the meaning of that one in Kimbere? The heart is not a book that can be read.
It means that whatever is in my heart is only me who knows.
Very good.
It's only me who knows that, and it's mostly used in politics because you can go find a crowd of 2,000 people. You talk to them very nicely. They clap. You sing and dance, and all of them agree that they vote you. In that polling station, you go after voting. You get 13 votes, and there are 2,000 people who agree. So you wonder what's really happening.
The heart is not a book that can be read.
Yes. So,
that's a good one. So this one is about the heart is not a knee that can be bent. Yeah.
So probably it means whatever the heart has decided, you can't
change.
You can't change.
It's rigid, eh?
Yeah.
Okay.
And also we say the heart, so in our Mbere language, the heart eats what it likes. It doesn't eat anything that doesn't like. When the heart says we are going to eat this, I'm going to eat this, that's
what.
Hiyo
itakula. Kipendacho roho nyama.
Yes.
Okay. Now there's a lot that's happening in this country.
Yes.
Yeah? The headline in the Standard today is talking about this.
Impeachment.
Staring at an impeachment. Okay?
Yes.
It says that MPs are saying the motion to remove the deputy president is ready and it has garnered the requisite support from members to meet the threshold.
Yes.
There's a split on who will lead this onslaught, with some pointing at the opposition through Junet and others saying it should be Kimani Ichung'wah. The impeachment motion against Gachagua could be tabled in Parliament anytime now, with reports suggesting it's ready. Ruto allies say the signatures are coming in fast and furious. There are 116 lawmakers who have signed. It may be tabled before the president returns from the US trip. This is not the first time that the country is witnessing threats to have its deputy impeached, as DP Ruto faced a similar threat when he fell out with President Kenyatta. So number one, 116 lawmakers have reportedly signed that motion. Are you one of them?
It's a good question. Very good question.
With a simple answer.
The details of impeachment motions are not out yet, but I can confirm, yes, there will be impeachment motion. Whether it will succeed on the floor of the House or not, that's another business altogether. Whether it will succeed in Senate or not, that's a different story. But the way things are, it seems that there will be an impeachment motion against the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. Yes.
Do you know the grounds?
No, I don't know the grounds.
But what is, we hear there have been meetings, and there's been talk in the corridors of Parliament and elsewhere where you people meet and have chai. What is it that the beef is? What's the beef with the Deputy President? And remember, there's a constitutional threshold. This is what constitutes the grounds for the removal of a Deputy President.
I think there are many things that have gone wrong from the time the Deputy President was sworn in, and also the President was sworn in as the principal assistant to the President as far as the Constitution stipulates. And presidency as a symbol of national unity. I think the office of the Deputy President has not been espousing that symbol of national unity because it's a double ticket. I think from the time the Deputy President championed that Kenya is a shareholding entity to moving forward to be very obsessed with Mount Kenya politics, and even when going outside the Mount Kenya region to say in Nyanza, in Western, you go and say bring the greeting from Mount Kenya. As a Deputy President, you are not elected for Mount Kenya people. You are elected for the people of Lamu, for people of Nyanza, Kisii, Northeastern, everywhere. You bring the greetings of every Kenyan because you are not a governor. You are not a member of parliament. I can bring the greetings of the people of Mbeere North because that is my jurisdiction. I'm a small man. I'm at that level. But when you are Deputy President of the Republic, when you're President of Kenya, imagine seeing the President of Kenya talking every day about Rift Valley people. So there are all those issues to issues which have gone to some selfish issues. But when the time comes, I think we will all of us be able to see the grounds. It's a very lengthy legal process. It's not a simple process which you wake up and do the signatures, go to Parliament and pass the impeachment motion, and then no. It's a lengthy legal constitutional process, and the grounds must be very, very watertight. So this is something which must stand the test of time, even within the judicial, the justice administration system of the Republic of Kenya. So I hope in the coming days, every Kenyan will be able to see, me included. But I've just told you what I'm getting to hear on the corridors of Parliament. That
there's a motion coming.
Yes, there's a motion coming.
Yeah. Would you need to go back to your people to ask them, this is what has been brought to the House, and because you participated in electing this national leader, that all of you, all 290 of you, need to go back to your people and ask, do you agree that this person needs to vacate office?
I think public participation is key. it's at the center of our constitution. The centrality of our constitution is public participation. But at the same time, members of parliament, one of the roles of members of parliament is to conduct the impeachment process of the president and the deputy president, or the presidency, whoever occupying that office. So we have a constitutional mandate to carry that kind of a process. So when you are elected not only to do the representation, to do the oversight and budgeting process, but also one of the mandate in the Constitution of Kenya is to carry an impeachment process in case there comes a time or a need for such kind of a process.
No, I'm not asking about public participation as, structured in parliament. You as Geoffrey Ruku, will you go back to your people of Mbere and sit down with them? Or even now, as you're going back, you are there over the weekend, you'll be going back later. When you're sitting down with the people, is the sentiment the same? Sentiment that you've just expressed here, he's been talking about Mount Kenya too much. Are the Mbere people saying the same thing?
Actually, Mbere people are very, very much annoying to be rammed together as Mount Kenyan people. Because Mbere are not Kikuyu. Mbere are not... we have our own customs and traditions.
You have your own identity.
Which are different. Okay? And we have been marginalized for years. For many years we have been marginalized as people of Mbere. If you want to know a place where we have very poor roads, it's Mbere.
Yeah.
If you want to know a place where there's no domestic water, household water, it's Mbere. Electricity connectivity, penetration is minimal. The other day I went to a school which has very dilapidated manned classrooms. And I took those photos, circulated in social media, and Kenyans were annoyed that there's such a school somewhere in the Republic of Kenya. There are several such schools in Mbere North.
So bottom line, the people of Mbere don't really give a hoot about this politics of impeachment or not. What they want is service.
They're more concerned with other things.
Yes.
And can we not extrapolate that to the rest of the country? That right now what we're looking at is that we have members of parliament who are drawn on different sides, and the talk right now is to impeach or not to impeach the deputy president, whereby we have schools that are supposed to exist that don't. We have lack of proper road infrastructure that needs to be paid attention to.
Correct.
That there is a healthcare crisis, there is an education crisis. Throw a stone, it will land on something that's a problem that the House of Parliament actually should be paying attention to. Do you think this is all a waste of time, this impeachment business?
At the same time, if you are given an office and you are not talking about how you're going to bring construction of roads, tarmacking of our roads. In Mbere we have about 38 kilometers of road, of tarmacked road, as a constituency. We have 684 villages with no electricity from the time the world was created. So I want to hear anyone who has occupied a senior office in the Republic of Kenya, whether president or deputy president, coming up with programs on how better can be rectified. Visible program, not empty promises. How we can get extra tarmac of road. How we can get water from Mount Kenya forest and come all the way to within our rivers, because also we have some rivers passing by our area. How we can get a huge dam for irrigation of our area. So I need to hear more about it. In any case, this is why I was elected as a member of parliament. But now, if you want to throw me each and every day to politics, or if you are not supporting me as Mulima, I will ensure you're not elected. If you are not, we are not talking about the issues of the people. We are talking about our own issues, how we can have these huge positions. These huge positions have no consequence, no importance, if we are not looking at the needs of the people who sent us to these offices.
Okay.
So for me, I think if you look at...
So really,
yes,
the job of the Deputy President, as has been assigned by the President through executive order, right, is to chair cabinet committees,
yes,
is, to handle coordination with donors,
yes,
is to handle coordination with the counties and, the subnational level, is that, right? And you...
Also the issue of coffee
and tea, right?
Illicit brews.
You, as a member of parliament, your job is to raise the issues of the people of Mbere, bring them to the National Assembly, right?
Yes.
Canvass other members of parliament so that they can say, yes, let's allocate more funds into these areas, into, for example, provision of electricity, of water, of expansion of tarmac roads, and so on and so forth, right? Make sure that such is what goes into the budget, and then it's implemented, right?
Yes. Not to canvass other members, is to rope it with the executive. Because the budget...
But you need the support of the other members so that it can be passed. That's why I'm saying you've got to lobby the other members so that then it's passed in the budget, in the appropriations, it's passed in the budget, and then now you go to the executive and you oversight. It's in the budget, implement.
There's a twist somewhere.
There is a twist.
The budget is an executive document. It comes from the presidency. It's the cabinet which sits and agrees on how to craft the budget, then bring to the committee of the budget. Of course, there's why the executive is because the minister bring the proposals to the committee. If the Minister of Tourism, for instance, bring the proposals of the budget to the Departmental Committee of Tourism. So who is bringing? The minister. The minister sits in the cabinet.
Proposes.
Okay? So they must have agreed at the cabinet that this is what we really want to ensure it is done.
Yes.
Then they bring it to Departmental Committee of Tourism. We agree on it. If I'm a member of Tourism Committee, then the chairman of the Tourism Committee forward the proposals to the Budget Committee.
Yeah.
Then they agree at that level of Budget Committee. There is a lot of consultation with the Treasury on these budget issues because the Treasury has to say, Jamani, this is what we have. This is the amount of money which you have. You can put all these figures, huge figures here. They will not work. We are estimating to collect this amount of money in the next financial year. So these figures you are giving me, not possible. Remove this and that and that and that. Remain only with this. This is what we can afford as Treasury. So there is a lot of consultation going on with the Treasury. Now, the minister in charge of Treasury, of course, they are consulting with the president.
Yes.
As far as the budget process, budgeting process is concerned.
Yes.
So once all that is agreed, but also there are constitutional timelines, then it is stable in
that's when it's tabled
to pass.
Okay.
But also remember, there are supplementary budgets.
Yes.
These supplementary budgets come now and then, depending on the situation. So you can agree on a project in the main budget, but is removed in the supplementary budget and reallocated to other money, reallocated to
other needs and functions.
Other needs, you know. So you really need to canvass. You really need to convince the executive.
The work of lobbying is big.
Is huge.
Yes.
Okay. As far as some of these projects are concerned.
There's also something else that's happening in this whole process.
Yes.
Okay. It is only with the approval of Parliament that whatever amount is allocated to whatever function will go.
Yes.
Only with the approval of Parliament.
Correct.
When the National Treasury or the executive brings its proposals to Parliament, they are exactly that. They are proposals.
Yes.
And they have got to go to the various departmental committees or sectoral committees to defend those proposals.
Yes.
And those committees have the power to move around and say, we do not think that you need X amount of money. For example, you're saying you want to put X amount of money for insemination of donkeys. No. Inseminate zebras instead. Right?
Yes.
And so the parliamentary committee can do that.
Yes.
If you lobby that committee that is in charge of water, they can go and say, there has been money that has been put here. We propose that it goes here. And it goes to Dende Nyoro's Committee of Budgets with the same justification. Let it go because Mbere has never had a drop of water in this particular village that is piped. It goes. So that's where the lobbying of your fellow parliamentarians comes in.
Yes.
So that if they agree, they can change what has come from there and go your way. And once it's passed, now it's your job again to push.
Yes.
So you see, the job of a parliamentarian is so much and busy that talking about kingpins is really somebody who has finished the other jobs to start thinking about whether we should go Mount Kenya East, Mount Kenya West, or Mount Kenya Central. True?
Not true.
Okay, let's take a break. You'll tell us why not true. It's 24 minutes to 8. Our guest is the MP, Geoffrey Ruku, MP from Mbere constituency. He's here. We're talking about, national issues and governing of national issues. Yes, there's a whole issue of impeachment coming to Parliament. What do the people of Kenya want? Is it this, or is it more of development?
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
3 to 7 p.m. doesn't need to be the dreary end-of-day routine.
Delicate. So hold on. So you do your whole body aside from your nipples. That's what you're saying.
Tune in to the Spice Drive Monday to Friday and get your engine started.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi. The weather with Spice FM.
Sunny conditions in Nairobi this morning, 13 degrees. We'll see highs of 26, and it's 14 and sunny in Nakuru. We'll see highs of 25. We'll see highs of 25 as well in a sunny Nyeri at 14, and it's 13 and sunny in Eldoret, where highs will go to 23. It's mostly sunny at 25 in Mombasa, and Thursday we'll see highs of 30, and we'll see highs of 30 as well in a sunny Malindi at 26. It's 20 and sunny in Kisumu, highs of 30, lows of 19, and 19 and sunny in Kakamega with highs of 28 and lows of 16. It's mostly or partly sunny at 18 in Kampala with highs of 27, while Dar es Salaam is sunny at 23. We'll see highs of 29. Johannesburg is sunny at 19 with highs of 28 and lows of 11, while Mogadishu at 27 is sunny with highs of 30 and lows of 25. It's 13 and mostly sunny in Addis Ababa with highs of 21 and lows of 11. We're looking at a cloudy Lagos at 24 with highs of 30, and Kinshasa's clear at 23, going to highs of 33.
Welcome to Spice FM, the best exclusive radio station bringing you the best mix of the best music ever.
All right, we're into traffic hour. Let's see what's happening on the roads this morning. It's very busy on the Eastern Bypass as you come in then through towards Embakasi and then onto North Airport Road. That whole area, a little bit of inbound traffic, but manageable for now. We're still at a bumper-to-bumper situation on the Thika Superhighway. And this traffic that started on Outer Ring now is spilling over to the Thika Superhighway, and it's now crazy. Kiambu Road is also busy. We're looking at traffic still on Kangundo Road. Let's look on the other side of things where Westlands is already a beehive of activity, and we're looking at traffic coming in from James Gishuru, touching on the Red Hill Link Road. Inbound traffic, outbound traffic, all doing that dance this morning. Mzima Springs is feeding onto James Gishuru, which is also coming off of Gitanga Road, and Naivasha Road from Gong Road towards this area as well. Indeed, we're in traffic hour. Let's see what happens as we get through it. Spice FM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's 21 minutes to 8. Our guest is the MP, Geoffrey Ruku.
I mean, I think I'm coming from a place where I think there's so much to be done, and I'm taking this off of what you yourself have said, Mweshimiwa, this morning, just giving the example of schools. So I'm hard pressed to understand where we can possibly find the time to be discussing these, which in my mind are mundane politics, when there's so much work to do. Or are we saying that it is absolutely necessary to have these political discussions when there's so much to do?
This political discussion is very important because the allocation of resources is a political process. Remember, in Ernst Morgenthau's book, Politics Among Nations of 1979, defined politics as allocation of resources authoritatively. For those who have done political science or international studies, would definitely have come across the book Politics Among Nations.
Of Nations.
So politics is nothing else other than allocation of resources, and these resources are not only allocated but allocated authoritatively, without asking questions. You can't ask a question why this road has been tarmac and not the other. It's a political process. So if you have a political environment which is not favorable to allocation of resources, then you have to create a favorable political environment to ensure resources are allocated. And as far as we are concerned, we are almost missing that favorable political environment for resources allocations. And if the people of Nyeri will not be allocated their due resources because of unfavorable political environment, who is to blame? I've been blamed by the people of Nyeri North in a serious way. So I have to participate in that process, which will ensure indeed there is a favorable political environment to the people of Nyeri for their resources to reach them.
Was there a favorable political environment in June last year?
This has been snowboarding, going downhill gradually. And I think now it's not further tenable for things to move the way they are.
How has it affected
some actions
you in your work as an MP? How has it affected the work of Parliament? That the Deputy President, like you said, calls it a shareholder government or whatever he says, his rhetoric in public. How has the Deputy President's public rhetoric affected the work of Parliament?
Today, Wandai is not a member of Parliament. He is a cabinet executive. We have an empty seat in people of Wandai's constituents. What's the name?
Ugenya.
I don't know.
Ugunja. Yeah.
At the moment, they don't have a member of Parliament. Correct?
This is because?
This is because of political environment of the Republic of Kenya. Today,
is it because of the DP?
Today, all these matters are culminating to all those kind of things. We have seen.
It is because of the DP that.
I'm not saying it's because
we have a broad-based government.
I'm talking about political environment.
Okay.
Political environment as external and internal. For those who have also done strategic management, anybody who have sat in the class of strategy will know the issues on environment, when you talk about the business environment, is both external and internal. When I'm talking about political environment, is both external environment, not within Parliament, and also internal within Parliament. So today we have a half of cabinet which went home. Today we have ODM ministers. We have Joe as a minister, we have Oparanya as a minister, we have Bandi and Pio as ministers. How did it happen? How did we get there?
I'm failing to connect.
Kenya Kwanza administration.
I'm failing to connect the incompetence of the executive, because that's what you're saying.
No. What's happening is
whatever has happened in the executive, that it has become so muddled in its own issues. How has it affected the institution of the legislature?
What happened?
Because all those things are happening at the executive.
What happened is, as the President of the Republic of Kenya, felt the need to bring in other partners in his government because there is someone who is threatening him on a day-to-day basis that is going to carry a region away from government.
Bonaruku, that is the executive, right?
And the executive
arm of government,
the executive
is having its own implosion. If the executive arm of government is imploding, how does that affect the job of? How is it impacting the legislature? Are you saying that the legislature has been unable, for example, to pass laws because the executive is imploding? Or are you saying that the legislature has been unable to oversight the executive because the executive is imploding?
Within the legislature, there is a leader of government business. Why do we have a leader of government business?
He's a leader of majority.
Why do we have a leader of government business in Parliament?
He's a leader of majority.
It's because government is formed by the majority.
Not always.
Listen, there are three.
Not always, Mheshimiwa.
Okay, let me explain.
If the hanky-panky had not happened in September 2022, the majority would be Azimio.
Let me explain my point. We have three arms of government which are independent and interdependent. They have to work in tandem. The executive has its own bills in Parliament, which are brought by the leader of majority, and which move even faster than private members' bills, which are fast-tracked. So you cannot de-ring the legislature from the executive. Because the ministers, we have seen ministers coming to Parliament now and again to answer questions, to reply to different concern of different constituencies in the Republic. Why do we have ministers coming to Parliament and they are not part of Parliament? It's because they have to continue working together. So the thing is, if the executive is not creating an enabling environment for a legislature to work, then some issues have to be done.
Okay, so here's my point, and in the form of a question and a point at the same time.
Yep.
You have an executive arm of government that is headed by the head of government, his deputy, the cabinet, and then the others follow. You've got parliament that has its own leadership structure.
Yes.
From the speaker, leaders of majority, minority, and the others that lead the business of parliament. And you have the judiciary that is headed by the chief justice. Okay? Now, these are three arms of government. Your job is to oversight the others and to represent the people and to create laws and ensure that the laws are implemented properly. Okay? Now, if the executive arm of government is, I want to use those words again, imploding, why are you becoming a doctor and going there to the executive to find out what the problem is and let's try and solve the problem in the executive, and we have identified that the problem is not the head, it is the shoulder. Let's remove the shoulder. Why are you dealing with the problems of the executive? Your job is to oversight it. If the executive is not functioning, you go to the people and say, this executive is not functioning. You don't come and tell us the knee of the executive is not moving. Make sure the thing moves.
Let me tell you, Latiff, the budgetary process and local politics go hand in hand.
Okay.
The budgetary process or the resources allocation process. And I told you, politics is defined as allocation of resources authoritatively. They go hand in hand with the local politics.
Okay.
So the point is we are not going to fail the people who elected us because the executive has decided they can't work in a certain environment. We have to come up with ways of ensuring there is conducive environment for the people of Kenya so that resources can be allocated and people can be able to get what they need. Why should, as a member of parliament, why should I sit and see executive allocating resources to cost people because now cost people are in government and my people of Nyeri get nothing? Why should I sit and wait for that to happen?
So are you going to impeach the cost CS?
Not impeaching the cost CS.
That's my point.
Is creating a political environment.
Your job in parliament
is creating a political environment which suits the resources for my people to get those resources.
Okay, Mheshimiwa, if you could.
I don't know why you can't get these.
No, maybe you can help me connect the dots here, and maybe it could make a little bit more sense. Here we are looking at a situation whereby the public, from at least the political angle, has been that for whatever reason the deputy president has to go. There it is. It's clear out. I mean, look at what the headlines are saying. That's obvious. But you're also saying that in as much as it shouldn't concern members of parliament because you have work to do, the allocation of resources is very important for this kind of work to continue. Are we, however, seeing that this particular implosion in the presidency has something directly to do with the allocation of resources to build a school in Bere North, for example, or to build one in somewhere in the middle of Kilifi? Is there a direct relation between what is happening with the deputy president and the allocation of resources where people, members of parliament, will or will not give their signature?
I think by the mid next week, why the impeachment? That question will be answered. Probably you call me end of next week to come and answer clearly why the impeachment. We are not yet there. If there is impeachment, as this entrant says, and as I'm getting to hear along the corridors of Parliament, then there will be substantive
grounds for it.
Okay. And we will come here and discuss those substantive grounds. But for now, what I'm saying, Latiff, is politics is defined as allocation of resources authoritatively. I don't understand up to now why I represent a constituency where there is no water connectivity in our household. Why electricity is not connected, and we have even dams.
It's not so far from where
it is generated.
The country's electricity is generated.
Yes. Why we have 40 kilometers of road tarmac in a constituency which is 771 square kilometers. So as I interrogate those questions, as I try to tell the necessary or the appropriate departmental committees and the ministries and the president that this is the situation of my people, I have to ensure I have favorable political environment, conducive environment.
I actually agree with you, Mheshimiwa. I think there's a lot of work that should be done. I think there's a lot of work that's pending that ought to be done. And I think there's a lot of nonchalance when it comes to having that work actually done. Beyond that, I actually think that a lot of the attention that's being paid to, this politics can actually be diverted to something else. And that if from the very beginning, those who have the power to make the law, they also deal with the approval for the allocation of these resources, whether you're on the right political side or not. I think that too much energy is being put into things that don't matter. Because the truth of the matter is, let's say today that the deputy president is impeached. Let's say he's impeached. Will that automatically lead to that school that you're talking about in Bere North being constructed? Yes.
We have seen what the unity of nation of the country, it is extremely important. Without unity of the country, even the businesses we are talking about, even the building we are seeing in this city, all of them will come to nothing. first and foremost, even without roads in my constituency, without water in my constituency, this nation has to hold together as a nation, as a country. And if there is any element which is threatening that the nation cannot hold, the state cannot hold as a state, then it must be dealt with. Latiff, when we had these issues, we saw executive or cabinet, half of it went home. Security was reorganized.
Yes.
Even military was reorganized.
Yes.
Probably it's high time also to reorganize presidency.
Oh. To what? Oh my. Okay.
Probably it's high time to reorganize presidency.
Okay.
For the unity
of the country.
Of the not even
of the state.
Of the state. Because government can go, state will remain. Government will come and go, but state will remain.
There are actually people who agree with you. And they have said impeach them both.
They came together, they go together.
Let's reorganize the presidency. The same way the cabinet was all of them sent home. Send these two both home. Let them seek a fresh mandate. Among other people.
It is an option. It is an option. It's a political option. Let it be tabled for consideration.
However, are you telling me that when you go back to Nyeri tomorrow and you meet that woman who's carrying mutungis of water and on the other hand she's carrying a kibuyu of paraffin and she's walking on a very dusty road, you'll tell her that, you know what, the reason we are still like this 60 years after independence, right? So many years after you were born and brought up in Nyeri and now you are representing them, it's still the same way. It's because Okoh, the presidency, has issues.
First of all, Latiff, I want to thank all those who represented the people of Nyeri in the past for their service. They represented the people of Nyeri in different political environment, different presidencies. There are those who are representing the people of Nyeri during Jomo Kenyatta. There are those who are representing during Moi. They were experiencing different circumstances then, even during Mwai Kibaki, even during Uhuru Kenyatta. They were experiencing different circumstances with the one which we have at the moment.
Yes.
I have only served for 2 years as a member of parliament from Nyeri North.
And your circumstances regarding
my circumstances are completely different with those who are serving in the previous administrations. What I'm saying to them is that thank you for your service. You did what you could have been able to do.
Those are them
at that particular time.
This woman that you meet on the road.
For me, I have 2 years which I have served as a member of parliament. I have my realities which I have seen and how resources are allocated. You know how the system is. Some people may want to say the system is rigged. Some people, as they say in the United States of America, you hear Trump saying again and again, the system is rigged, the system is corrupt, the system is this and that. Also in this nation, we have a system which is there in place. And probably for you to change the system, you may take more than probably 30 years. Latiff, to build a president, to build someone who can be a president of the Republic of Kenya, it will not take less than 20 years. It's a 20-year
That woman
term.
in Nyeri.
I'm coming to your answer. I'm coming to answer your question.
It's 40 seconds to the top of the hour.
You know, it will take almost 20 years to build someone who can be a president. The person who is in Nyeri, she has been taken for granted for 30 years, for 60 years. Why? We are armed as Mount Kenya people. When we have Keno Marwa Road, the executive knows
Mount Kenya is sorted.
When we have Keno Moranga Road, Mount Kenya is sorted. When we have Karimeno Dam in Kiambu, Mount Kenya is sorted. When we have Lipan Dam in Kirinyaga, Mount Kenya is sorted. So I need to raise my voice and say, gentlemen, please.
Nyeri is not Mount Kenya.
is not sorted when we have River. We need Kamomo Dam for us to be sorted.
We've exhausted the hour. Thank you for joining us today. We'll invite you again.
No.
Imagine.
It flies like that. The Honorable Geoffrey Ruku is the Member of Parliament from Mbeere North.
You can add 10 minutes.
We asked you to send a message to the person in Mbeere. You didn't. It's 8 a.m. news time.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Lam. Obaga petitioners against the affordable housing levy have termed it illegal as it overburdens Kenyans and denies them a dignified life. They told a 3-judge bench of the High Court that the government hurriedly and forcefully enacted the law in disregard of the public participation constitutional requirement. Parliament and the Senate were accused of overstepping their mandate by depriving Kenyans of property through punitive laws. The petitioners include Busia Senator Okoh Mtata and Dr. Magari Gikenyi.
My Lord, you can only be limited under Article 24. And in that, it's not a blank check, my Lord and my ladies. The limitation must be reasonable and justiciable in an open and democratic society based on human dignity, equality, and freedom, my Lord.
We humbly submit that this court allows the petition on the grounds that the effects of the enactment and application of the said provision leads to illegal, unreasonable, and unjustified limitation of rights contrary to the Constitution.
Parliament oversteps the bound of their powers in enacting laws that contravene Article 40 of the Constitution that clearly states that one cannot alienate property from Kenyans.
We are told that you will be taxed at the rate of 1.5%. Where is the scientific study leading to that particular amount? The figure is so arbitrary that you can't understand what you're trying to achieve. There's no study to show that that's the figure at which anything will be achieved.
The hearing continues today at the Milimani Law Courts. The interministerial committee created by the Ministry of Labour to resolve the lecturer strike is expected to hold its first meeting this morning. In yesterday's meeting, which brought together Labour CS Alfred Mutua, OASU Secretary General Constantine Wesonga, and his Kisumu counterpart Charles Muhwaya, they agreed that they'll hold discussions on issues that led to the strike.
Tumekubaliana kwamba huo mpangilio lazima uwe na vikundi tofauti na watu tofauti kutoka maeneo tofauti ya serikali kukaa chini na hawa viongozi kuweza kusikizana ni nini ambacho tunaweza kufanya. Nini ambacho tunaweza kufanya ndio viongozi hawa walimu wetu warudi kazini, tukiendelea na kuongea kuhusu mambo tofauti ambayo ni makubwa ambayo zitatatuliwa kwa muda mfupi.
We have agreed therefore that that team is being cobbled so that we sit and look at what it is that we call in labor the low-hanging fruits.
Mutua emphasized the need for a resolution to be found early enough in order to allow the resumption of learning activities at higher education institutions.
Sasa nimeongea pia na ndugu zangu pamoja sana waziri Ogamba wa Wizara ya Elimu na viongozi wengine, na tukakubaliana kwamba lazima huu mgomo ukomeshwe. Lakini huwezi kukomeshwa tu hivi kiolelaolela. Lazima ukomeshwe kwa mpangilio.
If those low-hanging fruits are agreeable, then it is possible for us to go ahead and perhaps look at ending the impasse, so that then whatever remains for the long term, that team that will have been formed can continue.
The National Assembly's Health Committee has summoned Health CS Deborah Mlongo to explain the rationale the ministry used to single source the 104 billion shilling system for SHIF. Led by Kitutu Chache South MP Anthony Kibagendi, MPs raised concerns of a potential corruption, single sourcing and lack of tender documents and public participation.
These companies, the deal was struck before even they registered in this country as business entities. And if I may inform you, Safaricom, who are the lead in this consortium, have the least shareholding at 17%. And the PS has not been able, instead they went on, just like what we saw with the Kenya Airports Authority, to do what is called single sourcing to companies that have never provided a social health authority system anywhere in the world. The social health authority is about to aid some foreign companies to swindle Kenyans an amount totaling 104 billion Kenya shillings.
Kibangeni further argued that there is lack of clarity regarding who owns the procured system.
It is not clear who owns the procured system, how the consortium will recover its monies under the strategic partnership with the Ministry of Health.
Mlongo will appear before the committee on Monday next week ahead of the implementation of SHIF on Tuesday. That's the news wire. I'm Leah Umaga.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
Busy in the city this morning, quite so, as we're coming in through traffic hour properly this morning. Looking at all parts that lead in from Gong Road, heading towards Kingara Road, out towards Gitanga. James Gishuru is very busy, in and outbound traffic, over the drift and then through to the Ready Link Road. Very busy this morning. Some of that is taken down Waiyaki Way and then into the city. Westlands, Ring Road, Kileleshwa, very, very busy this morning. State House Road also busy. And look at all of this coming in from Uhuru Highway this morning. The Thika Super Highway is blood red. What do I mean? There's traffic everywhere and it's heavy. Also traffic coming in from Outer Ring, very heavy this morning. So I think we're getting into traffic hour. Not I think, I know. We'll get out of it with no scratches, I'm sure. Let us know what's going on where you are. If you find a good route, we want to keep things moving this morning. Let's talk on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
On to the third hour of the conversation this morning. Thank you very much for keeping it locked. Now, AI is saying, start sending those things. What are those things, Lou?
Those things are the screenshots of the payment that you made when you decided to go all in one with Go Monthly and you dial *544# on your phone. Because what are you looking for? You're looking for an uninterrupted service where you can talk, send messages, browse the internet and WhatsApp for one price for 30 days, and you don't have to think, okay, I need to stop to buy. You don't have to do that with the all-in-one package from Safaricom. And they said, you know what, it's buying freedom. It's making sure that you can pick up your phone or send a message and you can be sure that communication will reach the other end and you get feedback. Yes, yes. Gone are the days of tit, or your message did not deliver. You can actually make sure that it will not cut in transmission because you just did that. And then AI is saying, you know what? Do that. Send me a screenshot. SpiceFM KE on our socials. DM. We'll give you 3,000 bob. 3,000 bob shillings. Kenya money.
Picked by the AI.
Yes, yes.
His name is Avin.
Yes.
Okay. Very good. Please do that. Now, today is Sunday, the 26th.
No, it's not.
Today is Thursday.
Exactly.
The 26th.
Yes.
Tomorrow is?
Friday.
The
27th.
Saturday?
The 28th.
Sunday?
The 29th.
Okay. Now, on the 29th of September, we'll be marking the 5th International Day of Awareness on Food Loss and Waste, with the theme Climate Finance for Food Loss and Waste Reduction. Kenya is an agriculture-based economy. So issues of food loss and waste are very big issues, right? So Monday should be a public holiday.
I agree with you.
Very good.
In fact, we can start tomorrow.
Very good. We have brought two people to help us push this agenda so we don't go to work on Monday. And those are Rebecca Wanjiru is a food system specialist at Food and Agriculture Organization of the UN, and Dr. Christopher Mutungi, Senior Researcher, Food Programs at the World Resources Institute. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
Good morning, Eric.
Karibuni sana to Kenya's biggest conversation. It's good to have you here. We'll be talking about this food loss and waste, and just getting to understand what it means, what it's all about, and why even the world has decided let's actually have an international day to mark issues of food loss and waste. But to welcome you to the conversation, courtesy of CT, I have the proverb. This week, the proverbs are from Senegal. All right? Have you been to Senegal, Dr.?
Not quite, has it?
Not yet, eh?
Not yet.
Rebecca, have you been to Senegal?
No, not yet.
Yeah, you should both go.
It's beautiful. Dakar is a beautiful city.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So to pay tickets. Okay, we'll talk to you. Yeah. So the proverb for today, let's enter the proverb and give us your interpretation. The heart is not a knee that can be bent. The heart is not a knee that can be bent. Let's start with you, Rebecca. What's your interpretation of this?
Well, in literal terms, the heart is soft and it's not as flexible as a knee that you can bend your knee to get down and pick something if you need to, instead of just standing. So it means, for me, it means you take care of your heart. But then it also means that you need to analyze and look at different circumstances. Some are very fragile and some are flexible. So handle them with the due care that they deserve. The fragile ones, know how to handle them, because the actions you take can have long-lasting effects. And the flexible ones, which are relating to the knee, you can be able to know how to handle them.
Allocate them nicely.
Yeah.
Fragile ones, put them in the heart. Flexible ones, take them to the knee.
Take them to the legs.
Okay. Dr. What's your interpretation?
Yeah, that's a very interesting proverb. To me, it speaks to things that you see and others that you don't see. And sometimes we speak quite often for frequently of matters of the heart. And so sometimes there are things that you think you can be able to influence, but not quite. But if something that is dear to you, perhaps it becomes difficult to influence, and you should just respect other people's opinion with that regard. That's the way I see it.
Good one. Good interpretations. You know, they both contexts actually make sense, and that's a good thing about proverbs. Yeah? So you interpret a proverb and you're like, it actually makes sense the way you see it. So now let's get to understand what food waste is and food loss. And let's start with you, Dr. Ari. Let's start with Wanjiru. What do we mean when we say food waste and food loss, and why are they different?
Okay, when we talk about food loss and wastes, what we mean generally is that there's a reduction in quantity and quality of food that was meant for human consumption, and this food is ending up in being disposed in certain areas that are not suitable, or it's going up in landfills, or it's being thrown away. So the difference is that food loss occurs post-harvest. On the farmer side, from harvest to transportation, and ends up to the point of retail. On the other hand, when we talk about food waste now starts from that point whereby we have this active engagement of the consumer. So at some point in the retail, there's some waste that is happening. Let's say, for example, in the service sector, the hotel industry, schools, households, consumers. So this is happening on this other end of the supply chain, all the way up to utilization. So we are wasting food that we maybe have prepared, we intended to consume. Yes.
I see the distinction now.
Yeah.
We are losing what we've harvested,
Yes.
and that's intended to go to the market. And then once in the market, we are purchasing for the intention of consumption, and we are wasting it.
Yes.
In the way we are handling it.
Yes.
In maybe you've cooked too much.
Yes.
And
you bought too much.
You bought too much.
You didn't store properly.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Why is it such a big concern, Dr. Mutungi?
Yeah, just before I say why it is a big concern, I also want to add a perspective that's emerging, that in the production of food, there's also what is produced with it, which is not necessarily edible. I like to give the example of a banana. The moment you buy a banana, you spend your 10 shillings or 20 shillings. And looking backwards, you see that there's quite a bit of resources that have gone into the production, the transportation of bringing that banana into the market. But you eat what is ripe, what you think is edible, and the rest you get into the side. And perhaps that's one banana, but think of the whole mass that, for example, comes from Kisii and ends up as peels in landfills. Now, that's a perspective that we need also to think about when we talk of a food loss and waste.
Wait, Dr. Mutungi, are you saying that we should consider banana peels as food?
I'm not asking anybody to eat banana peels, but there's a lot of value in it. And I'm coming to the to respond to your question on why then should we address food loss and waste. Looking at the entire, the food production and the system of handling it all in entirety, you realize there is a component in which we are using really limited resources to produce food. And if, for example, a country like ours would be losing a third of what it produces, it means actually by stopping that loss, you would actually free land that is used to produce food. And probably that could turn to something else, either used for reforestation or to generate more value in terms of alternative uses. But having said that, it is important to address the question of food loss and waste because of three core issues. One, because of the social aspect to it, that if you waste food, then you are denying people a basic need. Food is just as basic as anything you can think about, and in a country where we don't even we don't have enough food, and we have quite many people who go hungry every day, then losing food is not justifiable. Two, think of it in terms of economic terms. In terms of the resources that go to it. If you then avoid or take measures to avoid loss and waste, then there's a business case for households, for consumers, for businesses, for a country like ours in terms of GDP. We spend so much money importing food. And then the environmental component, which goes to what I was speaking to. If residues or refuse goes to landfills and it ferments and produces methane and all that greenhouse gas emissions. Yeah.
So what is the state of the world? Well, maybe not. Maybe the world is too big at this point. If we can zone it down to where we are now, and what are we looking at in the states whereby we're saying, so there is food waste, there is food loss. Where is Kenya today in terms of what is happening with food loss and food waste?
Well, in Kenya, first of all, we have evidence that indicates that for certain commodities like fruits and vegetables, we do waste 30 to 40% of the fruits and vegetables, mostly due to the high perishable nature of these commodities and the lack of supporting infrastructure to support, let's say, cooling, proper harvesting. So there is that evidence that indicates that. So, and again, when we think about Kenya lacking proper mechanisms, for example, when you're thinking about post-harvest at the farm level, the storage and the other end, the transportation mechanisms we use, we see a lot how our food is transported in Kenya. We see, and you have questions, but along that chain, as it comes all the way to Nairobi, to this beautiful city where we are going to buy that food, a lot is happening in terms of the losses and the waste, and also the degradation in terms of value, because there's also nutrient loss when you are handling food in the wrong way and you're not able to preserve the right temperatures. Yeah.
Okay. So when we think about this, and I just think about the horrors of a few years ago when we saw pictures of folks throwing away their milk, okay? And this then lends to proper infrastructure for storage, for example. So perhaps if you have fresh milk and you store it a bit longer, then we won't see now when there's a glut in the market, then that you have to throw it away. So when we talk about food loss and food waste, what are some of the mechanisms that actually need to be put in place? Because that's what we're saying. We shouldn't actually have to waste food. We shouldn't buy more than we can consume. We shouldn't serve more than we can consume, things like that. But when we look at the harvest and when we look at what happens at that level, are there things that we can actually do? Can you dehydrate your milk, for example, and turn it into condensed milk or milk powder on a large scale so that you can use it later? Can you desiccate your maize? Can you dry your fruit? There's a story of a young woman, I believe it is in Baringo, and her business is based solely on taking the mangoes that either
overripe.
fall or are overripe, and then she dries them and she exports dried mango. So, and that's all she does. She just takes the ones that are overripe. So what kinds of mechanisms can be put in place to ensure that even if something will fall by the wayside, that we can do something with it, add some value, use an infrastructure mechanism to make sure that it can serve in the future or to somebody else who needs it?
Yeah, you're spot on. I think you understand what needs to be done very well. But let me start by saying that what is needed is actually collective action. You've pointed out the question of, the issue of infrastructure, and that's a big issue. And who is to fix the infrastructure?
Right.
Today, for example, we know that agriculture is a devolved function. And when you think of infrastructure, like the example that you've given, then you speak to, for example, the road network. And it is clear, for example, the case of milk, it needs to be delivered to the market at the right time. Otherwise, if it stays, in transit for a longer period, then it just spoils and that's loss. So on that bit, as WRI and FAO as well, there's a lot of engagement that's happening now, even with the county governments, to begin to think of how to prioritize actions that would alleviate the infrastructure pain for most farmers. That's on the one side. But also thinking in terms of the preservation that you're talking about. If it requires then cold storage or cold chain, that is something that could be done and should be done. But again, speaking to the question of value addition, I want to be very specific. First of all, I'm a food technologist by training. And I see a lot of opportunity if you can be able to apply technology to transform what is perishable to stable product. But that can only happen if there's investment. And that investment will not happen because one or two big companies are investing. It should be that we have the right framework in terms of policy enabling environment, so that we see now SMEs, the ones we are talking about, that woman who is transforming mango into dried products, to be able to engage sufficiently and transform what does not enter the fresh market into value-added products that can even last longer and can be, traded across borders. Speaks to markets as well.
Yeah. And in addition to what Chris has said, we also need to look at these interventions at different levels and be very context specific, because we have interventions at the macro level whereby we are talking about the infrastructure, we are talking about the policies, but then when we go down to, let's say, at communal level, what can be done even on a short term, in the long term, in the medium term. Sometimes the issue of wastes also requires us to make a very conscious decision as actors within this system. As a consumer, I make my conscious decision. As a trader, you have your produce and it's coming to at that point whereby you have these bananas that are almost coming to, they're overripe. And you're moving to the stage where you're going to throw them away because you don't have cold storage facilities. We need to get to that point, and there's a lot of awareness needed to make a conscious decision. Do I reduce this price and sell this commodity? Do I connect? There are people out there who are looking for how to make the juices, creating opportunities for youth, for young women, make juices. Can you bring the price down instead of waiting until you throw it away in the garbage. So all these, the interventions require us as food system actors to make these decisions every day. If it is in the rural areas, do we need to think about very complex interventions, or do we need to look at what is in that area? We have very cold zones in this country that we can actually build cold storage facilities that may not require to run on power because of the environment that is in those places. Places like Nyandarua, where roots and tubers can be stored in those very cold storage facilities that are made of local materials. So we need to really contextualize and think about the interventions in these different spaces.
It's interesting that you say that, because just early this morning as we were talking about the topic, and I said to Eric, I said, like, the banana thing drives me nuts, because I see these bandas all over the place, and I look at these bananas in their hundreds, and they're getting ripe every day, and I think, oh my goodness, what's going to happen to them? And they're already ripe. They're not being bought. We pass the second day and they're there. They're going to go. Mm-hmm. So even as I think about that practical situation, and then you talk about food system actors against this backdrop of food waste and food loss, and my mind wants to go to a place whereby if all the actors, because yes, there are organizations that are actors, government is an actor, the people who consume, who farm, they're actors as well. How should the thinking, or how should the action then now morph into what we're looking at across board with? What can this banana become, and not just the fruit that you will eat? So when it gets to the stages where it is starting to go off, what else can it do in this ecosystem? Is that how the thinking should be? Can I take the peel and turn it into a basket? What is the industry doing? Mm-hmm. Can I take the ripe fruit and dry it and turn it into flour, for example? Are those some of the things that a conversation would be around, to now have all of these actors in the conversation?
Yeah. And now we are talking about also creating the cottage industries within the communities, because you're saying as a product, it's not only the primary product that you see, the banana. Yeah. There are so many byproducts that will come out of it. We have avocados. Avocado is a fruit. You eat it, but you can get oil from avocado. So when it gets to that point where it is really getting ripe, you don't want it to get to the point now where it has that foul smell and you have to throw it away. So do we transform it into avocado oil? The avocado seed is such a precious commodity nowadays. There are people looking for the seed in itself. It can be used to make artificial firewood. FAO, we had such an intervention in Nairobi with a youth group whereby we were creating awareness and capacity building on how do you move this avocado. And again, it goes to the point whereby creating this awareness that the trader within that market makes a conscious decision not to let it get to that point. I can sell it at a fraction, maybe at the break-even point, because it's at a point where now I'm not going to make anything, instead of throwing it away. And when you see, we throw this food, especially when we think about urban areas, the food that is wasted actually ends up beyond the landfills. It ends up in our rivers. It ends up on our roads. It ends up in so many places, creating a lot of nuisance and a lot of environment and pollution. So, as you're saying, we need to think about not just the primary product, and think about what other enterprises and what other uses can we make out of this primary product, so that we don't waste anything, both the edible and the inedible.
Rebecca, when you say we need to think, who's we?
All of us.
Maybe I can put some point to that. We have already started thinking. We have already thought, and I want to give you some practical examples of some of the work that is happening quite strongly within, for example, WRI. What you are speaking about is actually the concept of circularity. Understanding that there's value in every piece that is produced, and you just need to unlock that potential of somebody else to do it. We have a program that we are working with enterprises, small enterprises, not in Kenya. We started in Rwanda for purposes of trying to see how it rolls out. And here we are working with these small enterprises linked together in a sort of a multi-stakeholder kind of a platform for the SMEs to air their perspectives, but also for government to be able to pick lessons and see what can be done about certain issues. So what happens, we have small enterprises that are adding value into those items that my friend is talking about. And there are challenges in terms of policy. I mean, the enabling the policy so that they can even enter the market. There are questions of standards, certification, and so forth. And so the program that's ongoing is trying to unlock those challenges. And we have seen very successful movements towards the right direction. Moving forward, we want to bring those lessons also into our country.
Yeah.
These are two perspectives that can actually learn from each other. But there's another very important bit that's working very well. Recently, we have launched what we call the Champions 12.3 Companies Action. In this initiative is a bit complicated in terms of what it is, but we are engaging companies so that they can create an ecosystem with their smallholder producers to reduce loss and waste at farm level. Now, we launched this exercise or this initiative this week in New York, Climate Week this week. And good enough, there were 3 companies from Kenya that participated in this event, which shows you that really things are beginning to pick up. And we expect, actually, if you like, I can mention some of these companies here because we want more companies to come on board and strengthen that ecosystem. We have, for example, Serenifries, that's big in the potato value chain. We have Spice World, which is good in big in the cereals initiative, and then we have Premier Foods in the fruits and vegetables sector. So these companies that have committed to work with smallholder farmers to reduce farm and near farm losses, but also grow the ecosystem that can really then find a value in terms of converting what comes from these companies back to the small and medium enterprises.
Okay, let's take a break. We'll continue the conversation shortly. It's 28 minutes to 9. We're talking about the International Day of Awareness in Food Loss and Waste 2024. It's going to be commemorated on the 29th of September on Sunday. Rebecca Wanjiro is a food system specialist from the Food and Agriculture Organization of the UN. Dr. Christopher Mutungi is a senior researcher on food programs at the World Resources Institute. Keep it here. We'll be back shortly.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Ready to take your farm to the next level? The Farm Kenya Annual Mkulima Expo in Kitale is the place to be. Circle the dates, 27th and 29th of September at Ndura Grounds. This year's game-changing theme, safe harvesting and storage, bigger profits. Get hands-on with cutting-edge tech, unlock the secrets of safe storage, and dive into farm-to-fork innovations. Rub shoulders with top players from seed companies, mechanization pros, storage experts, and more, all under one roof. Farmers, MSMEs, researchers, investors, this event is tailor-made for you. It's your shot to elevate your farm and maximize your gains. Don't just watch from the sidelines. Be part of the action at the Farm Kenya Expo. Brought to you by Farm Kenya. Powering the future of farming, transforming lives.
The weather with SpiceFM.
Sunny conditions in Nairobi, 16 degrees, highs of 26 and lows of 14 today. 17 and sunny in Nakuru with highs of 26. And we'll see highs of 25 and a sunny Nyeri at 15. We're looking at sunny conditions at 16 in Eldoret with highs of 24, and in Mombasa the sun is up and shining at 26. We'll see highs of 30. We'll see highs of 30 as well in Malindi at 27. 23 and sunny in Kisumu, going to highs of 30, and we'll see highs of 29 in a sunny Kakamega at 21. Kampala is sunny at 20 with highs of 28, and Dar es Salaam at 25, sunny going to highs of 30. Johannesburg, the sun is shining at 22 with highs of 28, while Mogadishu is at 28 going to highs of 30. Addis Ababa is sunny at 17 with highs of 22. It's cloudy at 24 in Lagos with highs of 30, and we'll see highs of 33 in a sunny Kinshasa at 23. right, crazy this morning. Traffic everywhere. We are in traffic hour. And now look at Outer Ring. It's coming in all the way from the Kangunda Road junction, and traffic is very heavy. It's spilling over towards the thicker superhighway, and it looks like it's going to be one. It started very early, so whatever caused that still seems to be causing that bellyache. Just let us know, just in case we know, so we can use a different route. Kiambu Road is also very busy, and we're looking at traffic coming in heavy on Limuru Road this morning through Muthaiga and different parts as well. Muranga Road is busy going towards the Globe Cinema roundabout, and just look at this western part of the city from Gong Road going towards Kingara Road and then James Gishuru. Traffic hour proper this Thursday, keeping an eye on things. Talk to us, SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
And our conversation continues with Rebecca and Dr. Mutungi. It's about food loss and waste. Rebecca, you said we need to think, we need to start taking action. And you say from the point of a consumer, even looking at the trader, and you kept repeating the trader. You are seeing your produce is actually almost getting out of market. What decision do you take? Now remember, a trader is there to make money, and they can clearly see, I bought a bunch of bananas, they haven't been bought, and I'm gonna incur a loss. So they're definitely not just sitting there not thinking what to do. I've just remembered, as we were having that conversation, the conversation that we've had here with the chairperson of the Mitumba Consortium of Kenya, right? She's called Teresia. And she was telling us about this Mitumba entire value chain. From the time the Mitumbas are brought in by the big importers in containers, in big bales, then they open the bales and the people come and take camera and the rest. And the ones that have not been taken, they'll still end up in the market.
Yes.
When you see people selling mitumba and saying kumi, this is because it's just come, it's the last bit, and those will still find someone. So business knows, I do not want to incur a loss. Even if it's sell it for 10 bob, it's okay. You pick it, go and sell it for 5 bob, it's okay. So this person who is watching, as their bananas are going to waste, or as their avocado is going to waste, as it's not that they're not thinking. So what is lacking? It's the option. It's the option of the what next, probably. It's somebody to offtake this, so that then the other side comes in. So if I offtake these old overripe bananas, what can I do with them? Can I go and make banana bread for mass distribution? It's that's lacking.
Absolutely.
Who brings that other person into this conversation? If you think about what the government has been talking about, I think we've spent several billions already so far on development of the county aggregation and industrial parks. We have spent a lot of money in the Ministry of Cooperatives and MSMEs over the years, trying to bring cooperatives together and farmer cooperatives for aggregation purposes again. That's a missing link, despite all the time and money and effort and knowledge that is there. Why, Rebecca?
So thank you for that question. And I think, let me step back and not just talk about the food loss and waste issue and who, but think about the whole agri-food system and the actors and the inefficiencies and the processes that are going on within the agri-food system. So the conversation we are having right now is, how do we move from working in silos? Because you're saying there's somebody who has this produce here, somebody else is not able to offtake. Sometimes it's lack of information, sometimes it's lack of, I don't know, once I offtake, what do I do with it? So we are saying that for us to improve our food system, we need to move away from working in our silos, in our own cocoons, in our own specialities, and think about joint collaboration efforts to improve the inefficiencies within the agri-food system. Now, when we come to addressing food loss and waste, one of the things that FAO has done in collaboration with the Ministry of Agriculture is develop the national post-harvest strategy for management of food loss and waste. This strategy, which was developed as a joint effort, and one of the things that was very innovative is that it was bringing all stakeholders together so that everybody is able to bring issues and understand and say what role, as a private sector, what role can we play in addressing food loss and waste? As the government, what role can we play? What actions are we going to take? As traders, as a community of farmers, what are we going to do? So there are certain interventions that are in that strategy. One of them is to, first of all, ensure that we enhance multi-sector collaboration, because the issue of food loss and waste is not a one-sector issue. It's not a Ministry of Agriculture issue only. We have the Ministry of Environment that is mandated with ensuring that we have a safe environment and waste management. We have the Ministry of Trade, whereby a lot of this waste, especially at market level, is generated. We have Ministry of Health. So how do we bring all these stakeholders together to ensure that we are dealing with this issue in a very collaborative way? So that's one of the way. And I think when we say who should be on this or who should make things work, we all have a role to play. When you think about knowledge and information, I don't know how to dehydrate my fruits or my vegetables. We have research and academia. They bring in this knowledge, develop training packages so that we are able to train. We have a very vibrant youth population, and unemployment rate is always very high statistics in Kenya, especially in urban areas. So why can't we create training packages that are very cost effective and train our young people on how to offtake, yes, and how do we create things, other byproducts from this food that would otherwise have gone to waste. When we think about government, is there legislation? Are there regulations to support management of waste? Sometimes the issue of waste can be as much as simple as a retailer, as you're saying, Eric. As a retailer, as a supermarket, I'm in business. So I always put up maybe a markup to a point where I know I'll make my profit. And when it gets to the waste, I have covered that waste in the cost that I transfer to you as a consumer. So as you're seeing those pineapples, the cost was already covered.
In what was bought.
In what was bought, what was sold to the initial person. So that's why I'm not so... you're not feeling it possibly as the actor there, because you've already made your money from the first batch of the pineapples you sold.
But that also talks about that ingenuity of the trader.
Absolutely. Yeah.
You see, the trader is already looking and seeing, naturally here, I'm going to have a 20% loss, all right? So I need to make sure that as I'm selling, it covers the 20%. It's the same reason why, for example, I remember having conversations with the people in the meat industry, and they're saying, one of the reasons why meat is expensive in this country, it's because that trader bought carcass. It has bone, it has all those things. Some of this bone is not going to end up in anyone's plate. It's not going to be able to sell. And then I'm going to have some losses because I don't have chillers, I don't have cold chain. And so they factored it in. When you're buying your kilo of meat, you're buying it, that price includes what is going to waste later. It's the ingenuity of the trader, but it hurts everybody, including that trader, right? And the thing that you're saying, for example, there's a strategy on how to address food loss and waste. And that strategy has then some action points. How far are we in implementing that strategy? If you just think about it and look back, are we on course with the implementation of the strategy?
The strategy was just finalized. It will be launched this International Day of Awareness.
Oh, brilliant.
And we start on implementation and tracking progress. It was very important that we put up indicators on how to track progress in implementation by the different stakeholders.
Does it have like an owner, this thing?
Yeah.
Or is it going to be the different people, Ministry of Environment plus Ministry of Trade plus Ministry, because of this intervention that talks about collaboration? all of you are owners of it. And you know what happens when you have three ministries?
Maybe I can.
Whose head should we?
Maybe I can say
ask
something
for
because
if it doesn't work?
I've seen it.
Yes.
I have seen the strategy, and the next steps after the launch are clear in our mind. We must now move to the counties and help counties develop action plans. And I think that is the bigger task ahead of us. And if we can demonstrate with several counties that this thing is making sense, then there are obviously those counties that come a little bit behind. They will be able to learn from what is happening elsewhere. But as you have said, really, I think there's need to mainstream in terms of even the ministries in terms of the way they relate. I mean, it's not only a question of the environment ministry. Unfortunately, even when you think of matters of waste, even if it's coming from a food, seems to be addressed by the Ministry of Environment in most cases, not necessarily in our country, but also elsewhere. But we want to have a system where we can help county governments also to mainstream and speak to each other with respect to issues of waste in terms of food loss and waste. Agriculture, trade, environment, social services, all this, they have a role to play.
Health.
And it's clear in the strategy. I think they were involved in the development of the strategy. Yeah.
Is there an understanding? Because again, coming back to actors who work interdependently, is there an understanding across the board as to how severe this issue is and what can actually be done? Because remember that if I'm just using Kenya as an example here, and then we can use that maybe to bring in some of the policies that you work with, that we've come out of a heavy months of extreme flooding between the months of March and June. It was crazy. But this is interesting because we came out of August to November, December last year, where there was extreme drought and there were people on the brink of starvation. So when we look at that vis-a-vis the kind of loss and waste that is still existing, when you have that extreme level, then I think it would beg the question that is there an understanding of the severity of the issue and say, look, how can we take what we see here and apply it somewhere else? Even if you're not giving people who are starving pineapples, but you're getting a value add out of using that you can free up resources to sort out people on this other end who may be starving. At the policy level, are such discussions being had?
I think the understanding, we are not there yet in terms of understanding the severity of food loss and waste, and even understanding the implications on the future, the future generation and the future of our, let's say, our country, or even the future of the world. Because we are just seeing it as it is at the moment. We are just seeing that it's just those pineapples piled there at the moment. Maybe they won't be there next. We're not thinking about the impact on climate change, what it will cost us in terms of when we throw it in the landfills and the greenhouse gas emissions. What is it going to cost us now and in the future? And that is where we now need to generate or to come up with data, because informed decision making requires relevant data, on-time data. So we need to understand, to come up with data on food loss and waste measurements, understand the economic loss implications, and understand, for example, when you say there's evidence that indicates that per capita food consumption in Africa is about 1.5 kgs. So, and vis-a-vis the wastes, each individual wastes about 31 kgs at household level. When you think about the retail, it can go, and service sector, these hotels and what, it can go up to 90 kgs.
31 kilos per year?
Kg.
Yes.
Per person?
Per person.
Waste.
That's just one study.
What?
Another study indicates that it can be up to 90 kgs for the service industry. That is the hotel. When you go to a hotel and there's all this buffet and you pick and pick and pick and nobody eats, it can go up to 90 kgs per person. So we need those kind of calculations and see this 90 kgs, how many people can it feed? If you as one individual person, and how many people can this 90 kg feed? So data is really important. And that's one of the key things that as FAO and with partnership with other players like WRI, with government, within the strategy, there's a lot of focus on data because we are also lacking enough data to inform decision making. Because most of the times you cannot act on what you don't know. And most of the time, we are only seeing that food on the plate. We do not see the consequences after and what happens through the waste and the loss.
You know,
Absolutely.
Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to pick from where she left. That data is really key, and we say you have to measure. And if you don't measure, you don't understand what is happening, then you cannot take the right action. One of our running statements is that we apply this slogan that you measure, set your targets, and take actions. And after taking action, come back again and track those actions. So it's measure, target, measure, act approach. But I don't want to leave without saying that some of the partners that we have done some very good job. I want to speaking to the question of salvaging food. There's an organization called Food Bank in Kenya. I don't know whether you're aware of it.
Heard of it.
Yes. And they recover food actually from the farm, from companies that, or even processors who think they have excess food, and they transmit it to people who need it. They're doing very well. There's another organization called Retrack that does very good work in terms of understanding what policies might be needed to encourage food recovery, for example, from food service.
This is the Retail Trade Association.
Yes. I think it's good to mention them because they're doing a good job, and they're our partners as well.
You know what? If you think about because there are very many people who are doing things in their own small way, particularly in the private sector. They're trying to move things, to get things moving, right? And you look back at they need an enabler. And everybody understands this. For example, the whole talk about cooperatives in this country has for a long time been cooperatives are good. Why are they good? They're good because, for example, farmer cooperatives, economies of scale, they make inputs cheaper. And then linkages to market, they make it easier. And then economies of scale as well, they help to reduce post-harvest losses because you'll be able then to get one place where you have cold chain, which can help the farmers. All those things are understood. And we have farmer cooperatives that have been established in this country. Why is it that we still, for example, have, despite having farmer cooperatives in Nyandarua, we still have potatoes going to waste and milk going to waste? And despite having farmer cooperatives in Ukambani, in Makueni, in Kitui, we still have mangoes going to waste. Why? What's missing here?
That's a difficult question. I will throw it to the food systems expert. You can.
I think these are the inefficiencies we are talking about within the agri-food system, and designing programs and policies, including the cooperatives themselves, with the key stakeholders in mind is really critical. And this is the farmer. So you're talking about cooperatives, Nyandarua, and you have farmers pouring milk on the road, yet there is a cooperative or there's somewhere they can go and take their milk, which has a cooling facility to reduce the waste. But again, rationality in terms of as a rational farmer, and you're in here as a business case, you're here to make money. Possibly an issue to do with the economic factors. At that moment. I'm not saying that's the case. Maybe the price is not right for you at that moment, and you make that decision I will not take to the cooperative, the offers that I'm getting at the cooperatives do not suit me, and we need to understand some things with post-harvest. Farmers are not only just farming for the sake of it most of the time. It's it's a livelihood.
Yep.
So when as a farmer you produce your milk, you have bills to pay. you have education bills, you have health bills, and you have that. So you are also making a rational decision to look at somebody who will pay you for that, and within the least time possible, isn't it? So those are some of the factors that may influence the decision for these farmers to do what they do and not work with the cooperatives. So again, there we need to think about what kind of institutional arrangements need to improve within the cooperatives to enable farmers, improve this enabling environment within the cooperatives, within the aggregation centers, to enable farmers take their produce there and get the return that they were expecting, vis-a-vis them now going and deciding I'd rather
yeah, because there's nothing coming. But also maybe, just thinking top of my mind, maybe also because we don't have a properly established market system, various market systems. Yeah. Because then if you think about it, if you're thought about, we talk about value addition all the time. So value addition is already a market system, and then you're going up and up and up towards, you've added value here, so where are you taking it to? If we had a properly structured and modernized and developed market system, that farmer cooperative, because probably the farmer has not taken the milk to the cooperative because the cooperative has told them, look, our chillers are full. And our chillers are full because we don't have an off-taker of this excess produce that we have right now. Their normal off-taker already has reached their capacity. So there's a surplus, and not other players who would play, for example, into converting milk into milk powder or into other products. So it just is not developing well enough, not developed well enough. Same thing with mangoes. So like a cooperative takes the mangoes to this particular off-taker, one off-taker. This one off-taker is now saturated. So saturation of the market ends up with farm gate losses.
Yeah, I mean, I think you are right. There's a need sort of to look at, as she says, the institution of support mechanism or the governance mechanisms at the cooperatives. But you are right. The biggest challenge in food loss and waste appears to be market access. And the next one would be perhaps logistics, which is related to infrastructure. I mentioned earlier about how we are engaging companies to innovate around, for example, to be able to increase their off-take rates, or even innovate in terms of making fitting contractual arrangements with farmers. It's not going to happen probably for all commodities, but they will start making movements in the right direction, and this could provide very useful lessons for other companies.
Yeah. So tell us about Sunday. Is there a gig somewhere? Can we get Monday as a public holiday?
I am sure whether you get a public holiday, but let's put it even in right context. The fact that it's coming on Sunday, it's a good thing for people. I mean, I hope you are Christians, You remember that one parable in the Bible where Jesus fed 5,000 people, and there were remains. He told the disciples, you guys collect everything so that nothing is lost or wasted. And that story appears in the four Gospels, Matthew. So we are doing something that we're really passionate about, and we hope we could also use that avenue, for example, on Sundays for some of us who are leaders in church, to speak about the issues that affect us as people, as congregations. And one of them is this question of food. Yeah.
So is there an event?
Different partners have organized events, but I don't think it will take place on Sunday. Okay. Perhaps there will be a rollover in the following week.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so in terms of events, what we are doing is creating awareness within our programs at FAO, because we work at county level on the issue of food loss and waste. But we are also going to be combining this awareness day in October with the World Food Day, where we are also going to have an event to create this more awareness within a bigger group on why do we need to address food loss and waste, and also launch the post-harvest strategy. Yeah.
That's a good one. We have a policy on food security food and nutrition security policy. We cannot be talking about food security if 30% of what we're producing as food is going to waste, and we do nothing about it. So it's good that you're raising this conversation, and we thank you very much for joining us today. We have been talking to Rebecca Wanjiro. She is a food systems specialist at the Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO, and Dr. Christopher Mutungi, senior researcher for food programs at the World Resources Institute. This is a very important conversation coming ahead of the International Day of Awareness of Food Loss and Waste 2024 that will be commemorated on Sunday, the 29th of September. Keep it here for more conversations that are coming up. In the next hour, we talk to Dr. Dan Gekonyo, Matters of the Heart, 9 a.m.
Spice up your life. 4.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Lau. Ubaga, the interdenominational memorial service for 21 children who perished in the fire tragedy at Hillside and Asha Academy is underway at the Muga Stadium in Kieni West. The service is taking place 24 kilometers away from the school where the tragedy took place after a dormitory which had housed 156 boys was gutted down. Nyeri Governor Mutahi Kahiga had earlier said that the service will end by 11 a.m. as the families of 9 victims want them interred immediately after the service.
The rest would have to be taken back to Narumoro because 10 will be buried on Friday, and then another 2, the remaining 2 will be buried on Saturday. And so that is how we will conduct the requiem masses for all of them. We will have a very short service that will begin at 8:30, and then we are praying that by 11 we'll have finished the program.
Kahiga also said preparations to reopen the school immediately after the burial of the victims of the fire are also on top gear.
Once we are through with this, it is important that I mention we have 143 boys who have to go back to school and begin life afresh. We already have organized a dignity package for them. We will step in and make sure they are able to start off. That is something that the DCI can handle, and the latest I think is that they are still doing investigation and almost are at the tail end of what happened.
Kirinyaga Governor Wairimu will today host leaders and members of the public in an event to activate the Kirinyaga Charter of the G7 strategy, an initiative of women governors. The meeting will be held at Kirinyaga Stadium, bringing together hundreds of leaders and over 5,000 members of the public from Kirinyaga and other counties. The G7 strategy envisions a transformed society that embraces women leadership in delivering devolution. Its mission is to model women as transformative leaders and champions of inclusive political representation and participation. Multi-agency teams are searching for suspects behind the recovered bomb-making materials from a guest house in Garissa town. The team said the materials were meant to make an improvised explosive device for use at an undisclosed place. A team raided a guest house within Garissa township on Sunday night and recovered a white sack hidden under the bed in one of the rooms. Upon thorough search, it was discovered to be IED components. And you'll this Saturday have the chance to enjoy free access to all game reserves and parks as part of the celebration of UN World Tourism Week. Tourism CS Rebecca Miano has encouraged Kenyans to take advantage of the opportunity while adhering to the code of conduct during their visits. And finally, in the international scene, Kamala Harris packs a gun and wants Americans to know it. I'm a gun holder, she quoted. The Democratic presidential candidate said in a forum hosted by television star Oprah Winfrey. If someone breaks in my house, she said with a chuckle, they're getting shot. Harris has mentioned owning a firearm in the past, but she has mostly kept that quiet, in line with her party's emphasis on curtailing access to guns in a country that has grown warily used to armed crime and mass shootings. The former long-time prosecutor also remains mum on exactly what kind of weapon she owns. So her boldly pro-gun stance just a month and a half from the November 5th election surprised many, including Winfrey. That's the Newswire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Okay, let's take a look at where we are now. It's been a busy morning. A quick look at Outer Ring, because that was causing a bit of a headache for some folks. And just that traffic that's left as you're coming in from the Karibangi North Junction, there's traffic heading towards the Allsop stage. So that's busy there. Survey is still busy as you approach Muranga Road. So that's going to be there for some time. And coming out of Westerns, we saw some movement as well. Just want to keep an eye on things and see how it keeps moving. The CBD is going to take in a lot of that movement now. And we'll see that open up as we come towards the end of traffic hour. Let's talk SpiceFM KE on X hashtag The Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Yes, 6 minutes after 9. How are you doing? Asante sana for keeping it here. We're here until 10 a.m. today, and then back tomorrow, and then Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, like that, until the end of the year.
Okay.
Like that, right? And,
Yep.
you don't give up.
And it don't stop.
And you don't stop. Is the AI doing the AI thingy?
Is the AI doing the AI thingy? Yes, I think he's getting his algorithms in place, because what are you going to do to be a better factor of these AI activities? You're going to take your phone and you're going to dial *544#. When you do that, you'll see the tab which has a number 4 in front of it. Go monthly. You're going to do that, and then you're going to go to all-in-one. All-in-one, now you see all these different options that you can pick from. Because what are we trying to get you to do? We're trying to get you to buy freedom. What does that mean? That you can pick up the phone and call at any time for 30 days. That you never have to stop your communication because you ran out of airtime or because you don't have enough bundles. Data did a thing on you. No. You don't have to do that anymore, because Safaricom has said with this new all-in-one plan, you can make sure you can talk, in this case, for 1,000 minutes. Yikes. You can send 2,000 SMSs. You have free WhatsApp, do it, call, video, etc., for as much as you want over the 30 days, as well as 17 GB of data. All in one. Make your subscription, take a screenshot of it, and send it to us, SpiceFM KE, on our socials, and our Avin AI could select you to win 3,000 shillings.
He's going to do the thing, right? And make sure that you get some money.
While you keep talking for the month.
While you keep talking. Enjoy life seamlessly like that, right? Way. So our guest, Dr. Dan Gekonyo, is on his way. He'll be here shortly, and we'll be looking at all the matters that have been said and all has been said. So you tell us about police corruption a bit.
I tell you.
The Nation has that story taken from the report by the task force that was led by Chief Justice Emeritus David Maraga.
It's called a rotten force, and how police bribes are shared up the chain of command.
We've been talking about food loss. Now we're talking about
Rotten cops. A report by a task force led by former Chief Justice David Maraga has revealed how lucrative the traffic police unit is. This is in the report. It is not somebody saying, oh, what shall I talk about today? No. They've done their research, they've seen the trend, and they've said this is what it's all made up. Bribes paid by motorists shared high up the chain of command. The corruption allegations against the traffic police unit are deeply rooted to the extent that high-ranking officers in the unit obtain a cut from the bribes collected, according to the report presented to President William Ruto in November last year.
Where?
Juju. So you see, if your boss is waiting for something, you really think those guys on the road are going to get off the thing?
So that report basically should read like a book, right? In fact, they should just serialize that report.
Turn it into a movie script.
Ah, yes. Dr. Maraga's report. So, so how do the cops collect the bribes?
Let me tell you.
Then how do they take it up?
Exactly.
All the way to... I remember the previous Inspector General of Police, Engineer Kouame, said, Mimi hiyo sijui. People have said that it comes all the way to the IG's office. No.
Why?
No. Maybe it reaches the door, but it doesn't enter. Our guest is here. We shall look at that story a bit later, but let's welcome him. Dr. Dan Gekonyo is a cardiologist, has done very many things. He's the founder of the current hospital, and he's our guest now. We are talking about a doctor at heart. Matters of the heart. Daktari, good morning.
Good morning to you.
How are you doing?
Very, very well.
Good to have you here.
Thank you.
Karibu sana.
Asante.
I look healthy.
From outside, yes.
Very good. If I bring myself closer to you, may tell me.
Let me look at those fingertips.
That's our job, you know.
Kamati ya roho chafu. You're the one who now looks at them and tells, this one. Not a good one.
Yeah, that's what we do. We mend broken hearts.
Mending broken hearts.
Oh, man.
Daktari, our elder City Muga, he's not in this week.
Yeah.
He sent his greetings. And he said, thank you very much for the advance copy of the book.
Thanks.
And he sent us with the proverbs.
Thank you.
For this week, the proverbs are from Senegal. Have you been to Senegal?
Senegal, Gambia.
You've been to the Gambia?
Yeah.
Almost.
You know, if you are in Gambia, you're actually inside Senegal.
Exactly.
You're inside the belly.
Inside.
Yes.
Inside the belly of Senegal. Because the Gambia is surrounded by Senegal all the way, and then a bit of it by the Atlantic.
In fact, you know, at the current hospital, we train cardiologists. We just, one from Gambia just qualified, Dr. Lamin. Yeah, so we get doctors from around the countries in Africa,
right,
for a cardiology program for 3 years. Then they go back to their countries. So we just had one actor from Gambia.
Very good, very good. Now, today's proverb from Senegal, listen to it, and then you'll give us your interpretation of it, okay?
Thank you.
The heart is not a knee that can be bent.
How apt.
You see what I did there?
Well done. I'm tempted to ask you if you
looked
had
at all
that
these
plan
proverbs and then
all along.
It's called a happy accident.
Well done.
The heart is not a knee that can be bent. What's your interpretation?
You know, the heart is actually is the brain. They work together very closely. So it's unlike the knee, which is physical area of the body that you can bend and do. The heart is an emotional organ, actually. It is directly connected to the brain. And many people don't know that the heart and the brain are actually one.
Yeah?
The heart and the brain are almost one.
Okay.
That's why you can actually die of a broken heart. You know that Valentine's Day, watch out. If it happens to you, oh yes,
you could go.
Physical. No, it's physical. The brain can act in a very direct way. It's connected to the heart either through the nerves or through some hormones. And if you break somebody's heart through the brain, you can actually break their heart physically. And people are known to die of broken hearts. There's a new syndrome called the Takotsubo syndrome, which actually is a syndrome of broken hearts. We call it the Valentine heart, where you actually go into acute heart failure after receiving very bad news. Or if your girlfriend runs away, you lose a mother, you actually can go into acute heart failure. It's a
so the issue of a broken heart is actually not just a figure of speech.
Not a figure of speech. Now we know it's real. People die of broken hearts.
Wow.
So watch out what you tell your friend next time. And before you walk away, please prepare them. Yes, that something can happen.
So it's important, and what they say, usiweke siasa kwa roho. Utakufa. Governor Avin Ndeti said that. Kumbe, she actually was onto something.
But I wish they did put it in their hearts. It would be different.
Those ones should be
It would be different.
It would be They would practice it different because they'd be saving themselves. That's a good one. You've authored a book, and this is an autobiography, Doctor at Heart.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
First of all, why did you decide to write your book now?
Actually, I don't think there's a time that someone decides to write a book. Writing is you have talked to many writers, and the writers that will tell you that you have to get in the mood of it. People who write music, people who write poetry, write books. There's no specific time that you can say, I'll write it today. In fact, I started writing this book 2 years ago. And slowly, I put a chapter, another chapter. But the reason I wrote it at this time is because I believe I know enough now to write something. Yes, I can write something.
You believe you had enough pages?
Yes.
Yeah, actually, the entire book is minus the glossary, the index. There's so many. 318 pages.
Yes.
Of your life story.
In fact, I must say, it's not a life story, actually. It's a philosophy and an analysis of society hidden in a biography. I don't write about myself. I won't write about you and society. But I use myself as an index. And then I write my story inside there.
That's very interesting, because I think you did exactly that.
Absolutely.
Because we looked at, having read it, I'm almost done with it. But having read some parts twice,
yes,
that we look at things that were happening in the country, on the continent, and where you fit in at the time, where you were growing up, in the belly of Nyeri County, and then went on to school, left the country, came back, saw things that were happening politically, saw things that were happening economically, developmentally. Was it a way for you to talk then about your experiences and where it got you to where you are today, while taking into consideration what was happening, around the world?
Absolutely. It was a way of talking about myself, but telling people what I think about them and about society. What can we check? What can we change? What can we do? What do we think about our religions? What do you think about our education system? What do you think about the way you relate to your parents? Things like those.
Your experience as you were growing up, from those early years in Nyeri, going to Kisumu High, going to the University of Nairobi, going abroad and all, are you changing? Is your perspective of life changing you as a person?
Growth is change. So all those steps you have mentioned, one grows. And as you grow, you change. So the way you thought initially, maybe not exactly the same, but you remain the same. As a fruit tree grows tall, as an orange, it will eventually give oranges, but it will never give lemons. So the tree remains the same, but the other output may be different at different seasons. So I think the main core of the heart has not changed. It has grown. As you see more, you interpret the world differently. For example, today, if you ask me seriously if I were to use my name, I'll never call myself Dan. Never. No. I would call myself Gekonyoa Kibuka. Yes.
All the time?
All the time.
Why?
It's so easy to understand. Have you seen an Englishman called Gekonyo?
No.
So why should I call myself Dan?
This is true.
Now tell me. This is what my friend and a man I respect called Gogewa Thiongo says. We have been imprisoned in our minds. I must tell a story because I mean my friend Avin is listening. Avin is one of our cardiology fellows training at the current hospital. On the first day he came, I asked him, "Sir, doctor, what's your name?" He says, Avin. I said, "From Congo?" Yes. No, you must have other names. No, my other name is too long. I tell him, tell me what your other name is that is too long. And his long name was Serugendo. I tell myself, Abin, listen, you've been made to believe that your name cannot be pronounced. And yet you can pronounce Vladivostok, Edinburgh, all those names you can pronounce. But you are Serugendo, you can't pronounce.
It's too long.
You've been told it's too long, call yourself Abin. I say, I'll never call you Abin.
Only 4 syllables.
Now on, you'll be called Serugendo.
Makes sense. Yeah. When I look at this autobiography, and I look at various other autobiographies that I've read from seniors, especially those from Mount Kenya, many of them will tend to go into like the roots of not just them, but their family. So when you talk about your family, then you go back. For example, you look at your grandparents, your parents, the time for the Mau Mau, growing up, and then you try to link in that situation then into who the Kikuyu were at the point, and now who that made you. I've noticed that trend. Explain.
And I think it's a good trend. You know, but please don't laugh.
I will not.
When I talk to kids in Sunday school, and I ask them about their forefathers, they tell me about Abraham, Jacob, and I say, my God, this is not right. You must have some forefathers somewhere. Tell me about them. Tell me about your grandfather. If you ask somebody in the Mount Kenya region where I come from, and I say, let me be specific, in Hithe, where I come from, who their great-grandfather was and where he's buried, they may not know. But they'll tell you Jacob had 12 sons, and they give their names.
Of the 12 sons.
And no, that's what my friend Goge, as I keep repeating, calls colonization of the mind. We must free the mind. We must think ourselves. We are real. We must talk our own languages. We must use our own names. We must have our own heritage. We must honor our fathers and not have different things.
Is that the thinking? Is it that you people, at this certain age, having gone through your experiences, have sat somewhere, and as you're having your chai, your mbuzi, and you're talking, you go back and you start having these conversations? Because this is something that we are noticing a lot, and it's with people who are professionals, who have risen through the professional life and personal life, but now you've reached a point where you're retracing your steps, sort of.
Yes,
and you want to publicly proclaim, I am now a konyo. Not Gekonyo. Gekonyo.
With a stroke on the eye.
Why?
You know, it's a growth thing. One, you know, as you're born, you just don't know who you are or what you are. People shape you. Your parents tell you who you are, and you grow up knowing I'm so and so. They give you a name. A friend of mine, they called him Jehoshaphat from the Bible. Then you grow up. As you grow up, then you travel. You go to different countries. You see different people, and you meet different people. And then you can see who they are. Then you start asking yourself, "Who am I?" Yeah, and then that's where you end up getting yourself into that train of thought. Who am I? What shall I do? What shall I call myself? Whom shall I worship? Yeah.
And about the preservation of culture, and that's one of the things that struck me, because I'm very heavily on that myself. This morning, talking about a coronation of my uncle, who is the traditional king, that will happen soon. And here, where you talk about high school lifestyle and culture, if you'll allow me to read just a part of that, where you said, while in primary school, we had to learn many other things by hand. We had made tables, serving spoons, combs, and chairs, all from planks of wood. As for cups and saucers, they were the easiest to make, since we had plenty of gourd plants, those creepers that produce pumpkin-like fruits, locally known as, I don't know how to say it, mongo? Mongo. Yeah. We could make all manner of items. The gourd fruit, when dry, was traditionally split symmetrically into two halves, and then the inside smoothened to create calabashes that served as containers for water, milk, and porridge. A complete gourd, traditionally called Kenya, was used to store liquids and grains. Cattle horns were used as beer mugs to serve men muratina, the potent Gikuyu traditional alcohol. Then you say, the foreigners taught us that these things were primitive. And after buying their idea, we ended up creating a huge market for their exotic products.
Which is true. You know, my grandfather and my great-grandfather, used to wear leather. You know, the same leather jacket you buy at a very expensive price is what they used to wear. But we are told those are primitive, but the leather jacket in the supermarket is not primitive. And that's the thing that we killed our culture, and slowly we went to other different types of culture. And that's why education comes in. And on my view about education is that education is like a dress. Everyone must have one to cover all the necessary areas. But that dress, if it is to fit properly, must be tailored to fit you so it looks nice. Education must be tailored to a direction that is useful for the country. So as you said about when I went to high school, the things you are taught are okay, but it should also, like we have taught in primary school, go into skills. Things you can do with your own hands. Learn how to do things. You see a gentleman or a lady coming out to university with a master's degree but has no driving license. You can't drive a car, and you say you have a master's degree, basic things that you need to do. So I think we should tailor our education toward a target of skills and professions, not education for the sake of it. And that education must, and I repeat, must be free. Because if I didn't get free education myself, I would not be sitting here with you. My background could not have made it possible for me to go to university and do medicine if I'm doing it today.
Why do you think it's not free now? It was free when you were growing up. It's not free when your grandchildren are growing up. What is
the simple thing people tell me? Students have increased, which is true. But remember, taxpayers have equally increased. So it's not a question of numbers. No, it's priorities.
We lost our priorities at some point.
I think so. When I went to university myself, from let me put it this way, at A level, 5 and 6, no payment, no tuition. In fact, we were given uniforms, nice jackets and cardigans. We all looked the same. University, when we went to university in 1970, I was the class of 1970 with my friends like Frank Jenga and David Dete, Grace Kitonyi, Jin Kagia, my wife, Dr. Betty Konyi. When we went to medical school on the 4th of July 1970, we carried only ourselves and the things you wanted. You enter there, you are given a room, the room is furnished, there is bedding, and you are given an allowance to go and buy books. Then you go to the dining hall, and there's a 3-course meal. You start with a soup, you have a meal, and you get a dessert. And we paid nothing. In fact, we were paid to go to university because we got allowances as students. As I say, numbers have increased, but taxpayers have increased immensely.
So it should just be growing commensurate. And it's because of that then that you find that people who would be the future Gekonyo wa Kivukas are not, because they don't have access.
Today, I don't believe that we are educating the most brightest. We are educating the most financially able. But that's a debate. Of course, I say these things not out of just like, I just to create a debate. People to think and discuss. Maybe I'm wrong. Then if I'm wrong, someone comes up. But we must debate it. We must talk about it.
It's an important one.
Yeah.
At what point did you decide that you'd like to be a doctor?
At the age of below 10. By the time I was 10, I called myself a doctor. And the villagers called me a doctor. But it was easy because my name is Gekonyo. There was a very famous doctor at that time in the 60s. In the 50s, who was called Dr. Gekonyo Keano. And so everybody knew he was a doctor.
Everybody who was Gekonyo was then going to be doctor.
Yeah,
Dr. Gekonyo.
Only when I met my friend Julius, it was so funny. As I grew older, I realized he was not even a doctor, actually. He was just a PhD. But everybody thought he was a doctor. But I had this dream of being a doctor for many reasons. One, to be like him. But also, if you are born in a family that has a lot of illnesses, you see your mother is sick, see your brother is sick, you'll be a hero. Say, one day I'll cure my mother. One day I'll cure my brother. So you go to medical school.
Yeah. So you did go to the University of Nairobi.
I did.
And finished your degree there.
Top of the class.
Yes, well, of course. It's important that was the next thing I was going to say. It must be recognized that you finished top of the class. And then you did have an opportunity to leave the country.
Yes.
To then go and do another degree and then specialize in other areas.
Yes.
What bearing do you think the external experience had on your medical career as well as other parts of your life?
The stint of going to America made me a different person, because you can now see yourself outside your own system and look at your system from outside. And again, you continue evaluating yourself. And you see other people, how they do things. And I learned how to do things when I went for my postgraduate. By the way, I finished my internal medicine. I was already a physician. I was already a lecturer at the University of Nairobi. And now I was going for my subspecialty in cardiology. And one of the things I learned in America, I learned from the chicken makers next door. What do you call those guys of chicken? Kentucky Fried Chicken. KFC. I learned from KFC. They had a billboard outside the hospital there that said, "We only do chicken, but we do chicken very well." I realized, if you really want to be very good at something, do that only thing. Follow that particular area. If you are an athlete, follow it. If you are a footballer, follow it. If you are a doctor, follow it. Don't be a doctor during the day, then you have matatu, you have a chamba, you have this. It don't ever work. Just do chicken, but do chicken very well.
Very well. Choose the one
that you want to do
and
put your energy there.
And that's what you came back with then, to say, okay, if I'm going to work on hearts, I will work on hearts.
I must tell you a story, because one of my friends might be listening, about when I was in Nakuru, and he was the settlement officer. And he came and told me, "Doc, we are giving out shambas, and I'd like to give you some shamba." I looked at the fellow, and I told, "Listen, my friend, if I wanted to go and lima a shamba, even high school I would not have gone to. I would have dropped out. My father had shamba. I could have gone to lima that time. Go to look for people who can lima. Me, I'm a doctor. Leave me alone." I still meet him, and he laughs. You refused my shamba.
You refused?
Oh, yes.
An opportunity to actually be one of the big landowners in this country.
I'm a doctor. I want to do chicken and do chicken very well.
That's a good one. Let's take a break and continue this conversation shortly. There's somebody who is called Daniel Kariuki, says, "Say hello to Dr. Gekonyo. He has personally treated my mom." What's the name there?
Bella Kariuki.
Bella Kariuki for 18 years. Yeah. Says you're another great Kenyan.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Kariuki.
Yeah. We are having a conversation with Dr. Gekonyo. Dr. Gekonyo Wakivuka. We've said we are dropping the Dan name, for this conversation.
Not officially.
Yeah, for this conversation. He's a cardiologist, and he's also founder of the current hospital. He has done very many things. He has now put all that story into a book, Doctor at Heart. Here it is, beautiful one. Very many pages with very many photos. We'll be talking about some of those photos and what the story they represent in that photo. Keep it here for that conversation. Good morning.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. A special report.
Good morning, kid. Leo, to pay our listeners some game. Imagine kuwa na a reliable squad all through your day.
Squad unaweza count on, maze.
Uta enjoy all things finance and fun. Talk of transacting seamlessly. Plus, unaweza link other bank cards kwa app. Ulipe bills easily na uweke standing orders,
Ku-access loans za kugrow life yako nayo. It's just one time.
Squad sasa ni loop. Loops here to suit your lifestyle.
No matter what your financial or lifestyle need is, the Loop Squad will be there by your side to sort you out. Download Loop today.
It's not just an app, it's a lifestyle. Why wait? Loop it. Regulated by the Central Bank of Kenya.
Ready to take your farm to the next level? The Farm Kenya Annual Mkulima Expo in Kitale is the place to be. Circle the dates, 27th and 29th of September at Ndura Grounds. This year's game-changing theme, safe harvesting and storage, bigger profits. Get hands-on with cutting-edge tech, unlock the secrets of safe storage, and dive into farm-to-fork innovations. Rub shoulders with top players from seed companies, mechanization pros, storage experts, and more, all under one roof. Farmers, MSMEs, researchers, investors, this event is tailor-made for you. It's your shot to elevate your farm and maximize your gains. Don't just watch from the sidelines. Be part of the action at the Farm Kenya Expo. Brought to you by Farm Kenya. powering the future of farming, transforming lives.
Do you want to live out your life with the utmost convenience? A way of life that is empowered with the necessary tools and solutions to live out your life effortlessly? Then wait no more. Download Loop today and enjoy the best mobile money and banking worlds through a simple platform that delivers payment, credit, and saving services, while at the same time offering personalized journeys and deals to complement your interests and needs. Why wait? Just Loop it. Tune in to the Situation Room every morning and Spice Drive from 3 to 7 p.m. every Monday to Friday and learn more about Loop.
The weather with SpiceFM.
Nairobi continue. We'll see highs of 26 and lows of 14. Highs of 26 and lows of 14 as well in a sunny Nakuru. The highs will be at 25 and lows of 14 in Nyeri, where it is sunny currently at 17. 18 sunny conditions in Eldoret with highs of 24. And it's a sunny morning at 28 in Mombasa and also at 28 in Malindi. Kisumu is sunny at 25, going to highs of 30, and we'll see highs of 29 in a sunny Kakamega at 23. Kampala is sunny at 22 with highs of 28 and lows of 17, while Dar es Salaam at 28 is sunny. We'll see highs of 30. Johannesburg warming up, 23 degrees, highs of 28, while Mogadishu at 29 will go to highs of 30 and lows of 25. It's 17 and partly sunny in Addis Ababa with highs of 22 and lows of 12. Lagos cloudy at 25 with highs of 30, and we'll see highs of 33 in a sunny Kinshasa at 24. Beijing Thursday afternoon is cloudy, going to highs of 25 and lows of 18, while it's cloudy at 16 in Paris. We'll see highs of 19 and lows of 12. London, after the rains this morning, is cloudy at 14 with highs of 17. And New York, where the world meets, is 19 and cloudy, highs of 23 and lows of 19.
Spice up your life.
Okay, so coming out of traffic hour not too far from now, and I think most parts have started to settle down. It's dulled down coming off the Thika superhighway, so I think we'll be okay. Just that survey going towards the Pangani tunnel is where we'll see most traffic now. Other parts, I think we're all right. Coming out of Westlands, Ngong Road, also starting to settle down as well. Uhuru High will take on some of that as folks are getting into the CBD. But I think through the morning, traffic hour comes to an end. Let's talk SpiceFM KE on X.
Sugar and spice and everything nice. Spice FM.
Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
24 minutes of our conversation with Dr. Dan Gekonyo, famous Kenyan cardiologist. He is a doctor at heart. He has authored a book, Doctor at Heart, an autobiography, and that's what we're looking at this morning. On page 153, Dr. Gekonyo begins by telling us about the Christian Union at the University of Nairobi. He was a member. He was, and then there was part of the Fellowship of Christian Unions, the larger Christian Fellowship of East Africa. Focus, that is the Fellowship of Christian Unions, used to have, this traveling fellowships. Okay. They'd organize camps for 3 university campuses in East Africa: Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, Kampala, Uganda, and Nairobi, every August. The 1971 camp was not in Dar es Salaam, but in Dodoma. Dr. Gekonyo missed it because he needed to work over the holiday. The 1972 one was going to be at King's College, Budo, in Kampala. This one, Gekonyo was not going to miss. Why? Let me read verbatim what he says. There was this pretty slim young girl in my class and a member of the Christian Union. She was born at Kiamavara in Karatina, Nyeri, the same year I was born. Her name was Betty Modoni Mwangi. My eyes could never stop looking at her. She's the same girl who made it to Alliance Girls High School when I failed to join Alliance High School. Betty confided in me that she would be attending the Christian Union camp at Budo. She was the type of girl that I had always dreamt of. She had a rare combination of beauty, intelligence, and charisma, all of which rarely come in one package, as we all know. Those are my words. Emphasis my own. In the theory of evolution, either beauty or intelligence was enough for the female survival in the jungle. Having both was superfluous in the jungle. The male species was muscular and strong and survived by physically dominating other members of the species. All that the male needed was to have strong muscles to wrestle a competitor out of his territory or to chase away other species that posed a threat to his survival or to other members of his species. He protected himself and his offspring. He built better. He carried logs for lighting fire and brought home game which is slaughtered for food. Okay? Then you talk about the female species. I want to skip this paragraph and come back to this girl, Betty, had both beauty and brains. No wonder people refer to her as Beauty. Betty. Beauty. Corrupted from Betty, she had scored highly in her primary school exam of 1963, earned herself a place at Alliance Girls High School. Since she was going to Budo in the summer of 1972, I decided to go too. I persuaded my right-hand friend and associate, Erastus Wangai, to join us in this trip. Take it from there. So you went to Uganda.
First, I remember my name is Chibuka. It's very similar to Uganda.
To Ugandan Kibuka. Yes.
Number two, remember, I had to tell this story myself. Because I've learned something about stories. Unless you write your own story, somebody else will write it in their own favor.
Yes.
There's a saying that until the lion learns how to write, all the stories about the jungle will glorify the hunter. And that's what happened even to all African stories.
Yeah.
You know, African history, African cultures, they have all been written by the hunter. It's time that we, the animals of the jungle, write our own story in our own version and let the world know who we are and what we think. So when we're back to Bundo. So this is 1972. And we are second years in the university. And you know something about that time? We could get into a train here in Nairobi and wake up in Jinja. The cross borders that exist today were not there. You could get your little money you had in your pocket at the railway station in Nairobi, get into the train, get into Kampala in the morning, and use the same money to buy goods.
You didn't need to exchange.
We had the East African shilling. So East African was one. So all these movements we had were just like moving from here to Machakos.
Yes.
And we are one. And the Ugandans, and you know the universities also took students across the borders in the sense in Nairobi we had students from Kampala, from Uganda, I mean. We had a student from Tanzania, and our students also went to Dar es Salaam. Others went to Makerere. Only in our year, by the way, nobody went to Makerere Medical School because by that time Jomo Kenyatta had decided to have the medical school done in Nairobi, which had been done by Professor Maina Mungai 3 years before us. In our year, the government decided, and quite rightfully so, that none of the medical students would go to Kampala because we have our own medical school.
We now have our own.
So we all went to medical school here, but we still took a few. We still have few students from outside the country in our class. In fact, we had in my class in medical school in 1970, we had students from Lesotho and Botswana. We had a student from Nigeria. And that other type of interrelation with other universities, which is very important as we think about Africa. So when we went to Budo, we had all those fellows from Uganda, Tanzania, and many of us were there. But you see, I must say that Christian union is a very good thing, but, hormones or sometimes override your Christian union. And you can't avoid looking at that one and saying, "Oh, that." Anyway, that was our first outing with Betty. We became friends, I think in Buddha we spend most of our time actually in the field riding a bicycle. And a friend of mine called Ahuma Dodoaji, who was the general secretary of the Focus that time, traveling secretary. We still meet today. He tells me, you fellows spend most of the time together than in the other conferences that
we went together for a fellowship.
Yeah, absolutely.
You created your own fellowship.
You would walk in the fields, holding hands, and but we are good buddies, and we have remained 50 years down the line. Imagine we are still together.
Wow.
That's and doing things together.
Absolutely.
So both of you graduated as doctors, right? Both of you then ended up as cardiologists.
Yes.
How so?
Actually, not by design. No, that was by default. In 1982, that's when I got a scholarship from some American friends. They used to call them the Children Heart Fund of Minneapolis. Offered me a scholarship to go and study now to advance in cardiology. But the head of the Children Heart Fund, a lady called Maina, wrote me a letter and said, listen, if you're going to come, you must come with your wife. I said, must? Yes, you must come with your wife. I didn't understand why that time, but she told me later, the fellows who come here alone and they leave their wives at home, never go back. They get new wives and they get stuck here. I was making sure that you go back home with your wife. So anyway, we ended up going. It was a bit of a financial deal because the scholarship was mine.
So she wasn't getting a scholarship.
She wasn't getting a scholarship. I keep thanking her.
Was she working here at the time?
Yeah, we were classmates.
Because you were classmates?
Yeah, me, I was working in the university as a lecturer.
Yeah.
And Dr. Betty, at that time, I was actually in private practice with a group of Dr. Peter Kamau, who is my mentor in many ways. So she had already finished her pediatrics. So she had gone out and been private. She first worked at the Aga Khan, then joined Peter Kamau. At that time, I was a lecturer in the University of Nairobi. So she had to sacrifice her job to come without knowing exactly what we are going to do. So we went, and it's when there started looking for opportunities for her. In fact, she never wanted to do cardiology. She wanted to do what we call pediatric endocrinology. And there's an endocrinologist we are talking to, but she had no opening. And one day she comes and tells us, it's an opening for pediatric cardiology at the University of Minnesota. Would you give it a thought? I said, let's give it a thought. So we went, and the professor there told us, I have an opening, but it must be given to a foreigner by the regulation of the university. And you're looking for a foreign student. And here you are. So that's how Betty ended up.
That's how she ended up there.
Oh, yes.
Amazing.
And she loved it.
Brilliant. So both of you now come back here as cardiologists.
Yes.
Yeah.
And there were very few that time. Very, very few.
And interestingly for her, she's a pediatric cardiologist.
The only
one.
The only other one. There was a Dr. Assessor ahead of her. But the only other one, of course, the first female pediatric cardiology in the region. And there were a few. But what made our practice different was we had come with what I would call a wonder machine, a miracle machine, called an echocardiogram, that with ultrasound you could see the heart. And that was the first machine in Nairobi, in Kenya, in East Africa, in East and Central Africa. We were the only people who could do an echocardiogram that's done now routinely in many other places. But that time, the only two-dimensional echocardiogram was the Conyos.
Wait, how did you acquire that? Did you buy it? Was it a donation?
We couldn't afford it. It was expensive. It was maybe 4 million Kenya shillings.
At the point
where I worked at the Minneapolis Heart Institute and the University of Minnesota, I must tell you, I really worked hard. No doubt. I really worked hard, and day and night I'd do calls for staff. I think I have this natural inclination to do things for people. You know, if I find you on the street, on the stairway carrying a heavy load, I will volunteer to help you. And I keep asking medical students when they come to ask me whether they want to do, whether they should do medicine. I ask them, in the last couple of years, do you remember somewhere on the road, crossing the road or going up the stairs or at the airport, you find a woman with 2 minute luggage and you have offered to help her? Some of them tell me, in the airport, you cannot touch somebody's luggage. So I tell you, you will never become a good doctor.
Wow.
if you cannot see somebody else suffering and offer to help, you're out. So,
that's interesting.
Yeah, it's a good check for good doctors. So I worked very hard. And one of the fellows was a chief surgeon, Dr. Joe Kaiser, had a liking for me. Whenever he wants something done, he would call me. I would go to the hospital at night. I would do calls. And then he told me, if you're going back to Nairobi, you must have some equipment. And this echo machine that is new, echocardiographer had just come. It's not a node system. It's a new technology. And Joe told me, we must find someone to fund this. We'll get this machine to Nairobi. So we went office to office, company to company, telling them, I'm going back to Nairobi and I need an echo. And many of those companies funded it. I couldn't have afforded to buy it, yes.
That's amazing.
Yeah. But it's not, you have to look at it. It's not that they were givers who wanted to give. It starts with you.
You are the one who went to them.
Giveable. You must be giveable. Like you say, ona dideko ne ere magoro. That means for you to be pushed, you must have wheels. Yes.
You have to have something.
Yeah, you have to have wheels to be pushed. Yes. Yeah. So I had wheels.
It's interesting because then when you did come back, I think, just from what I'm reading, and you can stop me if I'm wrong, that you then began to see the way things had transitioned from independence and to how things were happening in the country, for you to start to say things like the two major controllers of the economy should not be left in the hands of individuals, much worse when these individuals are foreigners siphoning money from our country to their nations. This can only be done by a committed government and leaders whose passion, and that's where I want to stick on, whose passion is to improve the plight of the masses and not themselves. I can directly link that to what you've just said. You cannot be wind assisted. You cannot be helped if you don't have something to start with. It's not possible to lead a people if you don't have the fire in your belly to be able to lead the masses and take their plight into consideration. So you started to get into the political space with your thinking, whereby you can help people, but taking it to a country level, you can help people, you can remove people from the suffering, but you have to have something. If you don't have it, you can't. And from this book, I think that is thinking that you carry to date. Is that correct?
Politics and life are one. And as for me, my political thoughts were molded long time because I grew up at the time of the Mau Mau. And I saw independence come. In fact, in 1961, I attended a rally by Jomo Kenyatta after he was released at the Wairimu Stadium. I remember seeing him and all these other big fellows, Paul Gay and other people. And so the political consciousness, at least in central Kenya, is there in everybody who lived in the 50s and 60s because we felt it, we were part of it. We were herded up in small villages. We saw our parents being beaten up by people. We saw people being killed. So political awareness was part of us as we grew up.
Yeah.
But as to issue of political leadership, I would quote Mwai Kibaki, who is a man I first met in 1978 and I admired wholly. And I was committed to him in many ways, and we became friends, and I served him with passion. And Mwai Kibaki said, positions of leadership are not for your personal enrichment. But position of leadership is for service to people and making life better. And that man, Mwai Kibaki, made life better for people. He gave us free education. He removed all those tight regulations that stop you from doing things. He made easy to access money. We all know it. And I learned a lot from him. And I came to realize it's true that you can improve people's lives by, being truthful and honest and focusing on them
and not
rather
you.
than on you.
Yeah. We have 7 minutes to the top of the hour, and we must obviously talk about Mwai Kibaki. And you've brought him up, right? You've dedicated a chapter to talking about your life and times with Mwai Kibaki. Chapter 17, Mwai Kibaki. That's
correct.
You call him father of modern Kenya, all right? So let's just jump into the period where you are very prominently close to Mwai Kibaki in the public eye. Of course, you had been friends for many years, like you said. 2002. Coming to 2003 and onwards. At that moment, when Kibaki was ailing, and he had just been given this huge responsibility of becoming president of the republic, and you were looking at him, what were you seeing?
When I was taking care of Kibaki, I had already done some rehearsals. I knew how to handle big people in big crises. You may not know that I used to go and see Charles Robia in detention. Because before he went to detention, he was my client, he was my friend. And when he was detained, he wrote a letter to the government asking if he would be allowed at least access to his personal doctor. So I used to go to detention to see him. And then I wrote a letter to the head of government saying that Charles Robia was ailing and should be released. And in fact, he was actually released. Thereafter, another friend of mine told me that there's a man in a hospital who is a fake name, and I think is Ken Matiba. Would I be willing to see him because he's very sick? And of course, those days, many doctors were afraid of being associated with people in the opposition because it was risky. But I think either naive or brave or both. I said I could see him. I don't choose my patients, and I went and saw Ken Matiba, and he was actually very unwell. And we ended up traveling to London with him, just like we had traveled with Charles Robia before, and we stayed in London for quite a while. So coming to take care of Mwai Kibaki, I had done rehearsals.
You had experience.
Yes, I had experience of where the hurdles are. So Mwai Kibaki got a very bad accident just before Christmas, before the elections, and we had to travel to London with him again for extensive treatment. By that time, I must say that our level of healthcare was not what it is today. I believe today, where we are today, we will not have traveled. No, we will not have traveled because the facilities we have in the country are far ahead of many other African countries. They are comparable to many other facilities that we have in Europe. So as I would say today, there may be not much need to travel abroad, but then we traveled. And when we came back, there were difficult times because there were times that the president was very unwell. And here you are the physician, and you must talk to the nation. But I remember a friend of mine called Alfred Gitonga, who was a very clever young man, I must say, very clever young man. He told me, Doc, even as you talk, you must give hope to the nation. I still remember that statement. You must give hope to the nation. So apart from telling them the president's unwell and what we are doing, we maintained a ray of hope that he'll get better. And I told them you'll get better. I told my friends you'll get better. Many of them didn't believe me. But I could see the problem, and I told this one, you'll get better, and you'll be able to do all the things we need to do. And he did for 10 years.
Wow.
What was the issue?
Those are medical details that you cannot discuss in public. Yes.
Okay. I'll leave it at that.
Yes.
Right.
Now, you even after he left, by the time he was leaving office, he had, of course, recovered, and he had done the things that he had done for the country. Why do you call him the father of modern Kenya?
For us who lived through all these systems, we were there in the colonial era. We were there in Jomo Kenyatta era until 1917 when he passed away. And by the way, I was his physician, quote, not officially, on standby, not a day-to-day. Day-to-day was my old friend Eric Mungola. But in Nakuru, I was the standby doctor when Kenyatta was in Nakuru. So I had seen the society in Colonial Jomo Kenyatta after independence, and then we had seen Daniel Arap Moi. And you know, if you are an intelligent person, you can see the difference. You can see where things go wrong. And I remember we went to Washington with Moi Kibaki in 2000, and we had an interview by Shaka Sali. And Kibaki was asked questions about what he would do if he ever became president, what was the issue with previous governments, why he stayed in government for so long. And I remember many things, but I would like to quote one. He was asked by Shaka Sali, Moi Kibaki, what is your lowest point of history that you regret? And he said, my most regretful thought in my mind is when I stayed in government, when I saw that the government was stealing public funds. And when he came to be president, he had a focus. He knew exactly what he wanted. And if you look at his speech on the day that he was sworn in, you will see what he said he was going to do. And one of them was that government exists for the people, not people for the government. And he changed many things that made us what we are today. Those of us who were there in the 90s and who are there now in 2010 Kibaki time, you could see the difference. The city got lights, we got our roads, we got electricity going to the countryside, we got water, but more important, we got free primary education. And he was committed to it. He had no intention of self-aggrandizement. He had no intention of self-enrichment. He was a man basic, honest, brutal, and if any of his officers went astray, he took them aside without fear or favor. So I say what we see today in Kenya is what Moi Kibaki built.
Are we stagnated? Are we progressing? Are we retrogressing?
Well, because we do not, I don't want to make any comment on current status because that's a different story. I'm a historian about history. So about the current, I'll talk now 10 years down the line.
Safe way of avoiding it. Dr. Dan Gekonyo has been our guest for this hour. We've been talking about this new book. It's a story of Dr. Dan Gekonyo. No, the story of Kenya, humanity, and the society compressed into one, hidden into the story of Dr. Dan Gekonyo. Gekonyo wa Kivuka. Doctor at Heart, an autobiography. Where is it available?
It's available in Amazon. It's available in all bookshops in this country.
Okay.
It's available in all our current hospital outlets, at the hospital, or our satellite stations. You can buy it.
Asante sana.
Yeah.
You heard it. Thank you for tuning in to Kenya's biggest conversations. See you again tomorrow. It's 10 minutes after 10.